You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
45 degrees right now. Going to get up into the mid-50s this weekend. It's more fall-like.
It's going to be cold tomorrow.
Well, yeah, high of 48 tomorrow. But back diddling 60 on Sunday, although it'll be raining. So
wet diddly.
Wet Diddley, one of my favorite blues artists from the 1940s.
What?
Oh, you're not warmed up yet? I'm sorry.
I
we
was
did
gonna-
just start the show. I
was gonna say wet diddly.
I was gonna say wet. You wake up in the morning, you feel like you got a ton of problems, and we all do.
Sure.
But every once in a while, I think we should look other places to understand. Maybe it's not as bad as it could be.
Oh, to count your blessings.
Yeah.
Okay, what happened?
Well, for example, we are not waking up in the greater Rochester area this morning dodging 40 escaped medical testing monkeys.
I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
That is a thing that is happening on an island in South Carolina.
Oh, it's on an island,
It's on
too?
an island on South Carolina, Monkey Island.
So they have a monkey. This is like some weird doctor out there?
No, it's...
This sounds like some weird experimental guy.
So it is a medical research facility.
Oh.
They have this place. I guess they're working on, drugs for Alzheimer's and, brain stuff.
Because it said that the monkeys were diseased.
Okay, no, the monkeys are not diseased.
But they're using them to test pharmaceuticals
yes. Okay,
on
so
them?
we're getting ahead of ourselves here. All right, so these monkeys are part of a medical research facility on this island in South Carolina.
Okay.
This island is also shared by people who live on the island.
Oh,
It's
it's not just monkeys.
No, it's not just monkeys. There's multiple communities on this island of people that go to work and go to school and all this stuff.
All right.
So earlier this week, one of the employees of this lab left a door open, and when they did, 43 of the 50 monkeys in the facility escaped.
Damn.
So they say in the story, and every detail of the story gets funnier and funnier. They say we've had one or two monkeys escape at a time. Never had we had 43.
Mass escape.
You would think, though, after one or two escape, maybe some extra precautions would, be in place so that doesn't happen again.
Well, look, Kimmy, you have a monkey facility, one or two monkeys are going to get out. That's just how it is.
Okay.
The fact that 40 monkeys have gotten out.
So they split, they can't find them?
So they are
They
now
gotta collect 'em.
They have been gone for multiple days.
Well, at least it's on an island, so how big's this island?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with South Carolina islands. But,
Me neither.
monkeys can swim, just to let you know.
They can?
Yes.
I never see them swimming.
You want to go? How much? Do you hang out around a lot of monkey pools?
I'm familiar with monkeys. I've seen them swinging from the vine, climbing up the tree. I've never seen one doing the breaststroke.
Monkeys can swim.
Or cannonballs.
Okay. It's been multiple days, and they have yet to recover a single monkey.
They ain't got one monkey?
They have not gotten one monkey
Can't they
back.
set a trap for them?
So they have done that. They have these humane traps where it's just a big old cage.
Yeah, they walk in and
They go for it. So they're trying to lure them in with apples, and the trap will close behind
Let's
them.
use bananas.
So the problem is, because these kind of monkeys don't eat bananas, they eat apples. Apples are their favorite treats. Rhesus macaw monkeys. They're described as bold, extremely curious, and adventurous monkeys. And here's the problem. They are also, and I quote, highly adaptable to coexisting along humans.
What, I mean, they just can hang with us?
Yeah, no, wherever they show up, if we can live there, it sounds like they also can
Okay.
survive
all right.
no problem.
So how big are they?
They're little. They're itty-bitty monkeys. So
But are
they're
they mean?
They don't look that small.
That's
based on how
yeah,
they
but
look.
I want to know how about their teeth and
So,
their claws.
I'll tell you this.
Do monkeys have claws? No, they got hands. They got monkey hands.
All right.
No, they have a monkey hand.
Yeah,
A monkey
they got,
paw. Monkey.
yeah,
paw.
No, I think it's like a hand.
No, you've
They
never
do
heard
have
monkey.
fingers.
Yeah, if you ever look at an ape's hand, it looks like ours.
Have you not seen that? Well, no, a gorilla.
Look at
and a
King
monkey-
Kong.
Okay, that's not
Yeah,
a
but
monkey.
that's
That's
an
a
ape.
gorilla.
That's the same people.
No, it's
No.
not. It's like saying you and this monkey are the same thing, which is not that far off. Also loves apples. We can trap Tommy in a cage with an apple, no problem. Kimmy, can monkeys swim?
I wasn't
Are they known
looking
as
if they could swim,
swimmers?
but I did look at this Morgan Island, and it's not out in the middle of nowhere. It looks like it's surrounded by very marshy area.
Okay, so
All
maybe
right.
the
So
monkeys could walk.
it doesn't seem like they're all that far from mainland.
So the good news is,
What's the good news?
I mean, as good as news can be for a 40 monkey escape plan that have not been captured.
I may see them during the Clemson game.
The CDC says that these monkeys were too young to be tested on, right? So there's no risk that they have any diseases or
So
anything.
they're
like
just
that.
baby monkey, no problem.
Young
Not
monkeys.
baby, but not
Yeah.
old enough to be tested
All
on.
right, teen monkey.
The CDC also adds the risk to the public is low. as long as people do not approach or come in contact with the monkeys. The problem with that is there are multiple videos that have been put up online of people that are just driving along like the woods or working in like construction or whatever.
Outside.
And all of a sudden the monkeys are there.
Yeah.
Like they can see the monkeys.
Could you imagine not knowing that monkeys escaped and all of a sudden just seeing like 10 monkeys in the woods?
Yeah, but you're in South Carolina.
You would think that.
That's the least of your problems.
True. But I would think, like, am I hallucinating? What's happening
Those
here?
10 monkeys right there.
Yeah.
They also...
Jesus, what's left?
They're also encouraging and like demanding people in the town lock their doors and windows and make sure that everything is sealed up at all times. But like, for the risk of the people being low, the follow-up sentence being make sure your windows and doors are closed is also a little long. Because what happens if one of these monkeys gets in my house? Now you got a house monkey.
It lives there now.
It takes over your house.
Because your kids would probably want it for a pet. Right?
Because some of these are used as pets. The rhesus macaw monkeys, people do keep them as pets.
So you could domesticate them.
Well, I get
to a degree.
As much as you can domesticate a monkey.
I bet you people will try.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like thinking they're saving the monkey,
Oh, yeah.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It's well documented that Tommy loves baby animals. And these are teenage monkeys.
Teen monkeys.
Smaller monkeys.
I like teenagers.
Okay. No, you don't.
I do. If you put them all on an island away from me, yes.
How hard would it be for the average person to not go near one of these monkeys if they found one like in their yard or in the parking lot?
You'd want to feed it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because they're adorable.
But you don't know what it's capable
Yeah.
of.
Yeah, but it's also hungry.
I don't know if it's an angry one, though.
They always say approach a hungry animal. That will work out well for you.
They appreciate you giving them food. People are going to feed them.
Yeah.
So
People feed alligators down there, man.
That's a good point. But you're familiar with alligator, like your pawpaw.
But you should get near
I
them.
understand, but like Paw said, if you go from the left side, get your thumb ready, stick it in its eye, no problem with the alligator. There ain't a beast been born. So yeah, man, like I would be horrified of these things.
I don't think I'd be horrified.
See, there's a problem. Here we go.
Because they are cute.
We're going down that road, and Tommy gets his face clawed off by a rhesus macaw monkey.
Titchy pansy.
Kimmy, can you Google the dangers of a rhesus macaw monkey? And it's not Reese's like the peanut butter cup. There's an H up front. And it's MACQUAES. She froze.
No, I'm typing.
Okay, sorry. Because, like, I know they look cute, but I'm wondering if if you get near it, it will claw your heart out of your chest.
So I remember I told you back in the day when I lived down on Park Avenue, there was a guy, he had one of those, I think it was a macaw-style monkey, that he used to walk around on a leash.
Macaw-style, like it's a Camaro.
But, it was petite, and he used to walk around with it on a leash.
Okay.
And people would pet it and talk to the guy. He was like a big hit around there.
No.
And people love that goddamn thing.
But if that monkey grows up as his pet.
I don't think it got much bigger than that.
Okay. But it's not size. It's what it's capable of if it gets loose on your face.
But I think that thing
monkey
was
on your face.
I think that monkey was cool.
By the way, you seen that guy lately?
No.
Exactly.
No.
He's monkey food.
I wish I could call him, but unfortunately I can't.
Why is that?
Well, I lost his number. How else am I going to get a hold of him?
So it does seem like
maybe Facebook?
Shut up.
they can inflict wounds because they have very sharp teeth. And if the real danger, though, is if they bite or scratch you, there's a lot of deadly bacteria they can pass along.
Get them things out of here.
No, a second ago you were feeding him in the Wegmans parking lot.
Bacteria.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a wild animal.
Man.
It doesn't say, though, that they're necessarily, like, aggressive, but yeah.
Yeah.
But
Neither's a Lhasa Apso until all of a sudden it decides it wants to eat your hand.
So they got to get these things rounded up.
Well, the good news is they've got, again, none of them. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this island off of South Carolina. As we speak, there are 43 monkeys that have escaped a medical facility. Now, they're younger monkeys, so they hadn't been tested on, so there's no risk of, like, disease. But as you heard just from Kimmy, they have bacteria in their mouth. They also are the most serious-looking monkeys you've ever seen in your life.
Oh, really?
They all look like this.
Oh.
By the way, they can swim. They are strong swimmers.
Why
they can swim across rivers.
Oh, how about they invade the continental United States and we're under monkey attack?
It's Planet of the Apes. They should make a movie about that.
Planet of the Monkeys? I got this idea, you see. You know who I feel bad for?
Everybody in South Carolina?
Nah, they did this to themselves. The 7 monkeys that didn't leave.
Oh, yeah, they're stuck.
Yeah, because eventually, well, maybe. Let's say you get half of these monkeys back, right? Although I don't know why the monkeys would die out in the open. It's not like anything's going to hunt the monkeys.
Yeah.
And it's not like it's cold enough where the monkeys are going to die because it said it's adaptable to like human thing. Like when they get some of these monkeys back, they're going to have to hear about what all the other monkeys got to do.
What it's like on the outside.
Right? And like, you know what I mean? Like you got the nerd-ass, bitch-ass, scared-ass monkeys that just was like, oh, you know what? I'm just going to hang back here. Thank you very much. I would also love to know, because it seems like a very, we told you, the door got open. The woman, I'm not kidding, described it as one goes and they all start to follow.
Yeah.
But she didn't use monkey see, monkey do in her description, which is a massive miss.
Yeah, no kidding.
What about the 7 monkeys that stayed behind made them want to stay behind?
Oh.
I don't know, maybe food.
But they all had food. They were all getting food.
Yeah, true.
And I mean,
I don't know. I see, like, I always think, like, I would be that monkey. Like, nah, you know what? I think I'm good here.
Yeah, 3 hots in a cot, man. I don't know what it's like on the outside. I'm not
I'd
going
be the
over the
lazy
wall.
one. You guys go ahead. Let me know how it is.
Plus, I don't want to do. If you get caught, you got to do solitary.
Yeah.
You're going to do 3 days in the box, son.
The other thing, too, is the weather. It's obviously nicer down in South Carolina.
Yeah, it's mild.
Okay, and it's warmer. So, like, there are kids that play travel sports down there, baseball, soccer. They may have to cancel kids' events because of Monkeys on the Run.
Bro, they can't.
One of the best wing songs of all time, by the
Monkeys
way.
on the Run.
Monkeys on the Run.
So did you know that Florida already has this problem?
Wait, like...
So this is how they found out that they could swim across rivers and stuff, because the founder of the Jungle Cruise in the 1930s down in Florida released a group of the monkeys on an island area, and then they all swam to other areas, and there's still today there's like monkeys in the area.
Wild monkeys.
It's become a tourist attraction.
Florida
I guess.
has wild monkeys?
Apparently.
On top of everything else, like alligators, crocodiles, sharks. Oh. And let's not forget a massive amount of pythons and iguanas.
But you would think all the other things would have controlled the wild monkey population.
Well, the monkeys go up the trees and stuff.
Says hundreds of rhesus macaw monkeys have lived near the Silver Springs tourist area for years. I don't know.
Well, that's where they used to do those fancy, the girls on the skis where they would like get on each other's shoulders and stuff.
Yeah.
That's that whole area
No
around
kidding.
there. Yeah, so you could really see a good show and a couple of pretty gals in bikinis.
How did we not know there's a city in America that has wild
it's Florida,
monkeys?
so we're just like,
Yeah, I guess
it's
Florida, man.
You're probably right there. I mean, so maybe there's like a tourist attraction opportunity for this island in South Carolina.
Oh,
Maybe.
okay. Come see the wild monkeys.
Oh, let me ask you a question. Because up in Canada, there's a couple near our area of these, like, what do you call them? Like wildlife preserves is what they like call them, but it's actually like a tourist trap where the animals just live. You had one of these in Florida where a guy you knew was killed by an elephant.
Lion Country Safari.
There you go. So, like, those do very, very well.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Do you think you could, like, make legitimate bank as a community if you were the community of wild monkeys?
Yeah, I guess.
Would you go to community of wild monkeys?
I don't know. It doesn't sound that exciting.
Yeah.
Because you may not even see one.
Yeah, and there's only one animal you're seeing.
Okay, but
so you see one, you see them all.
Well,
like Lion Country Safari, you were gonna see lions. Like they had them like in an area.
Okay. Oh,
and
in
you
the,
just
in the
stayed
lion
in your
area.
Yeah. And you stayed in your car.
No, but I mean, eventually, if the population keeps growing, for example, if you've ever been to Key West on vacation, they got the chickens.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Right? And it probably started with just a handful of chickens, and now when you walk around in the morning at Key West, it's just chickens everywhere.
Yeah, there is.
Right? The reason Tommy went is because he heard every morning the town is full of cock. That's what it said. Welcome to Key West, the cock capital of America. And then it's a picture of Tommy's face with a giant smile. And then behind him is a picture of Tommy's mom with a giant smile. Because they are avian enthusiasts. Kimmy, would you book a hotel on Rhesus Monkey Island if you were guaranteed to see monkeys in the wild?
I don't know. I don't think I'm that interested. I could just go to the zoo.
What about Cock
I mean?
Island?
No, I think I'm out of it.
Well, I mean, it's
So
all
here it's
booked
nice.
up by your family. It's a Muley Family Reunion. Key West, cock capital of America. We have a dynamite. Book your hotel rooms early. Kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It is a football Friday.
Oh, boy.
Bills, Colts, 1 o'clock live here on 96.5 WCMF coming up on Sunday. Tommy's going to make his picks. Coming off a rough week last week.
Well, that was a wild week.
What are you
a
talking
wild
about?
game.
And I quote, and Kimmy will remember, I know Miami. I know these two teams. I'm the only person that's lived in both communities. And
It was tough.
1-4. You know, and a single player from the Indianapolis Colts.
I know the area.
Okay. And there's a lot of things about this game, little details about the Colts, and something the Bills are going through right now. It may not be the walk in the park we think it's going to be. I'm going to give you the information.
Trap game.
We'll get to that. Tommy tells it like it is. It's after 7:45. Just after 9 o'clock, we have our good buddies in to recap those picks. Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan. And from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy.
Again, that's just after 9. And just after 6:45, this game on Sunday not only would get the Bills to 8-2 for the first time since 1992.
Damn.
It is an opportunity, Kimmy, to prove you are not the team of the past.
Okay.
And I'll explain everything, even though in doing this, you would show you're also as good as the team of the past.
Oh.
All that and more out of Football Friday here at the Break Room on CMF. Plus, I mean, you know, the crown jewel of Friday.
What's the crown jewel?
Well, you know.
Oh, the Greek cat.
That's right. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long just after 7 o'clock here in the Break Room on CMF. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
There's a man in some serious trouble. And look, somebody breaking in a business after hours, it's not that shocking.
Yeah.
But there's one little detail that makes it really shocking.
Oh.
And how this man in this condition was even able to get to this point before somebody was like, hey, you got to stop that guy.
So is something wrong with him?
Probably.
Oh.
We'll give you all the details next here in the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. There are lots of questions to be asked when we tell you the story.
Okay.
But the most pressing may be how he ended up inside this business at all, if the allegations are true. Because when something this suspicious is happening, you'd think it would be so alarming to residents that the mere presence of this man would have gotten cop cars to the scene, like, immediately.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We got your chance at $5,000.
$5,000, Gibby.
It's easy to win. You download the free Odyssey app. You log in, listen to WCMF for at least an hour each day. But that's easy because we got all of your great Monkey Escape content. One winner nationally every day will be handed $5,000.
$5,000.
Fall into $5K a day. Download the Odyssey app. Good luck from your friends here on CMF. Just after 6:45, it is a football Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
The Bills have a huge opportunity to do a lot of things they haven't done in a long time this weekend. The biggest may be proving you are not a team that we have recognized from the past. But the problem is, if you're a Bills history kind of person, they have a lot of things going against them.
Ooh.
We'll get into it just after 6:45 here on a Football Friday in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Penn
Oh, what happened in Pyongyang?
A man has been arrested after police say, while totally naked, he smashed a window to an unnamed business in the overnight hours and went inside.
How do you do that naked?
I don't know.
Stepping on glass? Ooh,
Well, okay, so you bring that up. The 26-year-old man was found by police inside the business.
Yeah.
Police say when they got there, they found the window to the entry door smashed with, and I quote, a significant amount of blood inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so keep in mind he's naked.
Right.
I don't want to know what he caught on that glass.
Man. Didn't think that through.
Well, because, I mean, look, I would guess if you caught your penis on a shard of glass, you're going home.
I would.
Right? You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like, that's the end of
Or
whatever.
maybe the
Yeah.
hospital so they could pick that thing at my shaft.
It'd be hard to muscle through something like that.
He's been arrested, charged with a felony along with trespass and exposure. And when it comes to the actual breaking and entering stuff, right? Like, those are all the details we have. We don't know why he was in there. We don't know why he was butt-ass naked. But there's another tiny detail that makes the story a little more interesting.
What's that?
It wasn't the smashing of the window that got the cops to the scene. Because according to authorities, despite the fact this was the overnight hours,
Yeah.
they received calls before the incident about a suspicious naked man walking around Penn.
They didn't have to put suspicious there. They could just said naked man.
Now, we don't know how many calls the police got, but it does say calls in the
All
story.
right, so he was trucking around town naked.
And we also don't know where this naked man came from. We don't know if he lives close, walked outside naked, and allegedly committed this crime. We don't know if he got in his car naked and drove to where he was found. We don't know if he was wandering naked for a while, and this is just where he ended up.
So this is another version of Country Dong then.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Country Dong, glass in his schlong. That's what he says, son.
But you'd think, Tommy,
Yeah.
in most communities in the greater Rochester area, a naked man simply walking around on the street would have gotten the cops to the scene pretty damn
immediately.
quick.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't care what time of day.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. What town do you think would get the fastest response to a man walking around naked in the greater Rochester
Easy.
area? What?
Gazebo country.
Okay, yeah,
Pittsford.
Shown place.
Okay.
I mean, you can't even
You can't smoke.
ride your bike around there.
You can't. You got to walk your bike and
Yeah.
don't even light up a cigarette.
All right.
I think people are just waiting for something to happen.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with you.
Okay.
there.
Because you need like a village.
Yeah, you need a place where
It
there's
takes
a
a
lot
village
of
to catch a naked
people
man.
around.
Like Henrietta too
yeah.
sprawling.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I disagree. Well, let's start with the Pittsford argument. Because I get where you guys are coming from, right? A lot of uptight people in Pittsford.
And
blah,
it's
blah, blah.
tight.
Okay, sure. Are we talking about the naked man's body or the community?
Both.
All right. I'm going to say Pittsford wouldn't be number one because there's a lot of things that happen in Pittsford that kind of get pushed under the rug for the sake of the reputation of
You
Pittsford.
think?
Allow me to gesture
But you
to
don't-
the two most horrific crimes we've ever covered in the
Yes.
history of our
no,
show.
you're right.
First of all,
But
neither
people are still
went
gonna
down
call.
in the village.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we respect the village.
Okay.
If you're going to shoot your paw, do it up past the county line.
But past that, there are so many movers and shakers in Pittsford
Yeah.
that
Now you got one more.
I would venture that The call wouldn't be made immediately because you'd be trying to see if you recognize the person who's naked. Because if that's someone, depending on which country club they belong to or which CEO or kid of powerful person, you don't want to put that family in a bad spot.
But wouldn't you want to shut it down quick?
Well, I mean, maybe you handle it yourself. Maybe you try and talk to the person. I'm telling you that connections matter in Pittsford, and you don't want to be the one to call the cops on someone naked and important.
So you think, all right, there'd be a massive cover-up.
Both literally and figuratively.
On the naked man.
Yeah.
On Bradley walking around naked.
That is a perfect name for a naked man in Pittsburgh.
A rich kid, yeah.
Bradley.
Bradley or Bentley.
I would say, okay, so like a community like Penn Yan that's like way out in the middle of nowhere.
That's country naked.
Okay. And Pittsford would be the same response time.
Okay.
It's a middle-of-the-road town. Your Gates, your Greases, your Henriettas, your Rondequoits, where the naked man response would be the fastest.
Gates.
But do you also think there'd be people more likely in those places to try to take care of the problem themselves?
I don't want to go near a naked guy. I mean, I got no problem with public nudity, but if the guy is like acting in a strange manner, why would I go near that guy?
I don't know. I could see guys being like, not in my town.
Not in my town. I'm going to approach this naked man. Try that in a small town with your dong. Right? Like, you're not approaching a naked man.
No.
In this situation. I mean, Kimmy, would your husband...
I wouldn't think a naked guy in Gates, though, for some reason. I just don't...
Why?
That would be super alarming.
No, I just don't even see it happening.
What are you talking about? It could happen anywhere, I guess. Why would Gates be any different than Penn Yan or Pittsford or Henrietta?
All right.
Well, I mean, like, what about the town of Gates and the people that live there would keep them from getting naked in a situation where
it never happens.
Okay, but this never happens. How often do we have naked men walking around?
The only naked guy I can remember is concert dude.
But he was festival guy, yeah.
And he was caught sleeping in his yard naked, but that was in the city.
Yeah, and that took a while to get. So okay, we got rules.
They gave him a pass too. Remember, they said just go inside. He wouldn't go inside.
Well, but again, like I got no problem with public nudity. It's when you're naked breaking into businesses that's the problem.
All right,
leaving a bloody trail.
Oh yeah.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this story in Penn Yan. A 26-year-old man was found by police inside a business. The window smashed out. He was completely naked, but police got calls before he smashed out the window, even though it was the middle of the night, for a suspicious naked man walking around. And we're trying to figure out which town in the greater Rochester area would get the cops to the scene the fastest if there was a naked man. All right, Tommy, in your head, from the moment you make the 911 call about the naked man to the police getting there, what is the appropriate time in your head it should take?
5 minutes, 10 minutes?
10 minutes is a long time.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know how busy they are in the middle of the night.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, I
how many guys they got out?
Like your priority of suspicious naked man walking around to public safety.
Yeah.
Right? Like, is that a call they should take very seriously? Is that a call they should meander back to their car and get into? And then, like, I'll go check it out. No big deal.
Well, I could kind of see them doing that. Because, like, if I'm a cop, man, I got to deal with some naked guy.
Like, just hoping he goes inside.
Yeah. So I have to have all the paperwork I got to do.
Yeah, but it's also something that stands out. You're going to get more and more calls however long that guy's outside, right? So it's only going to make it more and more urgent.
And it's also something that could get potentially really, really bad if you're not there right away.
Yeah, but he is naked. I mean, he's got a lot on him. Well, what's he going to do?
Well, okay.
Just scream?
Let's not go down the road of things that could happen with a naked man.
He's also
walking
half
around.
bloody.
Okay. Well, okay, in this story, I'm just talking about a standard naked man.
Guy trucking around my neighborhood. I would think if they got there in 10 minutes, I'm satisfied.
That's a long
That is a long time.
You could walk run a mile in 10 minutes.
No, all right.
I mean, I don't know if you want to run naked. It's going to hurt.
Well, if he's running, he'll leave soon. So he's going to be gone.
Okay, good point. Kimmy, what's your naked grace period from 911 call
I think like 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Hopefully somebody's nearby. You can get there in 5 minutes.
Kimmy, your husband is a first responder.
Yeah.
He's a firefighter. Yeah. Let's say you're in your house outside. It's 11:30 at night. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, naked man just walking down the street. Would you encourage your husband to go confront that man?
Oh, no. We're just watching from the window.
Okay. So
I mean, I don't know what he would want to do, but I'm even thinking like he would be like, yeah, we should probably call in some people here.
Okay.
Would you be more disturbed if you saw a naked man or a naked woman?
Naked, no.
Let's say
you're saying disturbed for not based on what I'm looking at, but based on the situation.
Naked woman, same situation, but chick doing the same thing.
We've seen so.
I'm scared of that woman. I'm scared for multiple reasons because I'm scared of like why is she naked? Like why did she make this decision? And I'm also scared for her.
Okay.
Like is she in danger? There are a lot of reasons why you'd call immediately for seeing a naked woman.
But I mean, I guess a naked man could also be in danger. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't say I guess he could. He could also be in danger.
Yeah.
It's strange that, I mean, I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I
Like,
understand.
we don't think of a woman naked as a threat. We
No,
think
I would still-
naked guy, better get him. He's crazy. Naked woman, we got to help her.
Well,
No, I'm scared. I could still be scared of a naked woman walking a street. Like
think
it's
I'd
no
be-
big deal. I would still be scared of her.
I think I'd just be shocked.
so it wouldn't even cross. I mean, look, not to we may be the worst people ever because it took us 10 minutes to get to even the idea that naked person could actually be in danger and needs help. They
Right.
aren't a danger to
Yeah,
somebody
or
else.
mentally ill,
Yeah.
strung out on drugs.
Or running
whatever.
away from something
Right,
that was a
yeah.
terrible situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you this. Tommy, with this naked man discussion, you look outside, 11:30 at night, for some reason you're awake.
Yeah.
Naked man trucking down the street, you call 911, you're waiting. Are you keeping an eye on the naked man until the cops arrive?
I mean, if he's out there, yeah.
Are you taking out your cell phone and taking pictures? No. Okay, no. Are you watching him out of fear for your safety to keep an eye on where he's moving? Or are you watching him to see what happens when the cops get
I kind of think I'm taking it all in. I think it's a big platter of interest here.
there? Okay.
Like the cops, what he's doing, what I couldn't turn away. If there was a naked person out front, you'd have to watch. What is he going to do? How the cops are going? I want to know how the cops handle naked people. Like, do they throw a net over him? What do you
Why
do?
would you throw a net over a naked person?
Well,
Again,
because
we're back
let's
to
say-
Planet of the Apes.
But like, what if like when the cops get there, they got to be careful handling some naked dude.
When you say be careful, like for their sake or for the naked person's sake?
I mean, everybody's sake.
Okay. I mean, well, you're just it's not like he's going to go off in the way that you're thinking.
You don't know what he's
Okay.
going to do. He's naked
If
outside.
that's your kink, right? Oh,
He could bite. He could spit.
could
He
bite
could
in
like.
clothes, too.
yes, thank you.
He could start whizzing. I don't know what he's going to do.
All of those things can happen with
Flinging
clothes on.
poo
Okay.
like those escape monkeys do.
For God's sakes, we really got to. I really
know.
regret starting the show with a
Yeah.
monkey story because that's going to follow us for the rest of the show. Would you tell your wife if she didn't know?
Yeah, I'm waking her up. If I
Oh,
got up in the middle of the night, like, just to let the dog out, and there's a naked guy, get up. You got to see this.
Seriously?
Oh,
Yeah.
just because you want her to see the show?
She'll be pissed I didn't wake her up.
I would be pissed if my husband didn't
Yeah.
wake me up.
All that went
Like, if
down
it-
and I didn't wake you up.
I'm not telling my wife. I don't want
No,
to.
but I would
want to.
I kind of want to like it's drama you don't see every day.
I would also be afraid my wife is going to try and approach the naked person to make sure they're okay.
Yeah, then maybe it's best you let her sleep.
I don't think my wife is going outside. There's a naked man to see if he's okay.
I don't know.
A woman, maybe. There's no way my wife's going. And there's no way your wife's going
No,
outside.
I can tell you, my wife will go outside and try and approach them
Yeah.
and be like, "Are you okay? What can I do to help?"
But it's a man.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
He could be crazy.
I understand. That's
Be
why
a
I'm not waking
lunatic.
her up.
Be a sexual maniac.
And don't be so sure your wife wouldn't try and help because she does have a history of taking in weirdos.
When did that happen?
I don't know. You should go home and actually his name is on some of the mail that shows up at your house, mostly from the New York State Department of Transportation. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dave. Dave says Greece would be the town where the police got to the naked man the fastest. There isn't all that much scary stuff going on, and everybody's nosy and wants to get back to what they were doing while watching the naked man get arrested. I think that's a fair call. Kimmy, do you think Greece would be the town that would get the police to the naked man the fastest?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I think just based on the size of the town, they probably have a lot of resources.
Yeah, the naked man capture department. Let's take a break. The Bills take on the Colts, 1 o'clock Sunday, live here on CMF. And on paper, the Bills should dominate this matchup, right? If you look back and forth between the two teams.
Yeah.
But there are a handful of things that should give Bills fans pause. The history here is a little alarming. Because, believe it or not, as great as this Bills team has been, if they win this weekend, they're going to do something they haven't done since 1992.
Since the Jim Kelly era.
Yep. But here's the thing.
Right.
If they win in the stadium, they'll also do something they haven't done since 1998. In fact, the last time this happened, the team we're playing was in our division.
Oh.
And we'll get into all of it on a Football Friday next here in the Break Room on CMF. Things are good in Orchard Park.
Oh, yeah.
Bills are 7-2. You are running away with the division. And next weekend, you have a chance to unseat your undefeated arch rival in your own house. But before we get there, we have the little matter of the Indianapolis Colts. Tommy, this game matters for the win. But the Bills handling business this weekend could mean more than just a W in the column.
What does it mean?
Well, because if you pull this off, you are now a Bills team that is no longer making the mistakes of your past.
You're a team of destiny.
It's not going to go that far yet. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means?
I'm going to get a little creepy.
That's right. Creep cap. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. And if women love a man in uniform.
Oh, sure.
Then New York State should have no problem getting people to take this job they're having a major shortage of. Because I guess in technicality, you are a cop.
And you're in uniform?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're just like a cop of the trees.
Tree cop?
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Bills Colts Sunday live 1 o'clock right here on CMF. If you want to watch the game.
Watch it. Where you go?
Like one of the coolest, handsomest guys ever is going to be hanging out at Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chile.
Wait, your brother's going to Bill Gray's?
I haven't asked him. We can ask him when he gets in here.
He is a big burger boy.
Big old burger boy.
Bigger boy.
I'll be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chile. Delicious food, fantastic drinks. Also, they'll be giving away a Labatt Blue Bills cooler.
Damn.
So you can get down on
that thing is massive,
Nice.
by the way.
What's that?
That cooler is huge.
It's a smaller, soft cooler, but I want it really
Oh,
bad.
okay.
It looks awesome.
Oh.
Anyway, you can come see for yourself.
I might.
Hanging out with me at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in the WCMF Cruise Sunday here on CMF. So, Tommy, on paper, this game is something the Bills should not worry about. Colts are 4-5.
They're in turmoil, right?
Yep, they're on a 2-game losing streak. They have a 39-year-old backup quarterback starting in Joe Flacco. And there isn't really a weapon on that roster where you look at them and go, oh, man, this guy is scary. But you know, if you look at history, sometimes it can predict things you're not looking for.
So what am I missing?
Well, first off, if the Bills win this weekend, they will have an 8-2 record for the first time since 1992.
So that's Jim Kelly.
It's the second Super Bowl year, third Super Bowl year.
Wow.
They haven't been 8-2 since 1992. But even more astounding.
Wait, there's more?
Did you know
Probably not.
your Buffalo Bills have not won in Indianapolis since 1998?
Really?
They haven't won in the stadium that the Colts play in right now. The last quarterback to win in Indianapolis was Doug Flutie. And it was so long ago that the last time the Bills beat the Colts in Indy, the Colts were still in the AFC East.
Damn.
Oh.
That's got to be Wade Phillips, right?
Yeah, that was Wade Phillips.
How many, do we know how many times they've played since then?
Well, you play them once every 4 years minimum,
All right.
right? Because it's
Yeah.
a division. So
Damn.
enough. It was the only time the Bills beat Peyton Manning in
Wow.
Indianapolis. And it was his rookie season. They lost to every quarterback after that in Indy. So that's a little bit
All right.
nerve-wracking. But it goes further. Kimmy, this briefly came up earlier this week. But lifelong Bills fans know this team is good for at least one holy crap, what happened game every season. It's a game where they're obviously better than the other team.
And you just like, it's just all, it never worked from the start kind of thing. Like
Yes.
they were just asleep at the wheel.
You got it. You should go out and steamroll that opponent. Things start slow. They start going very wrong. And Buffalo ends up with a loss in a heartbreaking fashion.
And you just feel like this isn't going to go our way today.
You got it. Last year, lost to the Broncos at home. Right? A loss so shocking, it cost the offensive coordinator his job. 2022, you lost to the Zach Wilson-led New York Jets at home. 2021, 9-6 loss on the road to the Urban Meyer-led Jacksonville Jaguars. And I could keep going for every season over the last 20 years, but you get my point. In the past, Kimmy, with this team, there is a loss that makes no sense.
So you're thinking this is that team?
Well, I'm looking down the schedule, and we'll get to that later. We're running out of what those losses could be.
Yeah. I mean, there's also the problem of, you don't know injury-wise who's going to be available on Sunday. It doesn't sound like Keon Coleman's going to be good to go.
So Bills wide receiver Keon Coleman has a wrist injury. He has yet to practice this week. Sean McDermott, Bills head coach.
What do you say?
He said that this injury could be multiple weeks.
Yeah.
But they also haven't ruled him out of Sunday's game.
Right.
Okay,
They're
all right,
still
all right.
assessing the injury.
On top of that,
What?
The Bills' newest prize piece, Amari Cooper, the wide receiver.
Super Cooper, yeah.
He didn't play last week.
Mr. Zero.
You got it. Which is also Tommy's nickname. He still has his wrist, which is also injured, heavily wrapped. And there's no guarantee that he plays on Sunday. So you could have a Houston Texans game situation where you're going into that game with like no wide receivers, which would be a problem. And look, man, you're now in a race. The Ravens won last night
by a point.
Yeah, it was a crazy good game. And the Chiefs have a 2-game lead over you.
But they're undefeated.
Yes. But you're going to see them next week so you can chip that away. You need to keep winning if you have any shot of either the 1 or the 2 seed, and you may need the 1 or the 2 seed to make it to the AFC Championship game.
So you think they're going to – you feel they're going to tank?
No.
Well, you haven't said anything positive yet.
Here's the positive.
What's the positive?
You want the good news?
Everybody's wrist hurts.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The good news!
The good news.
Through 9 weeks, the Bills have yet to have that holy crap loss. Like the loss to Baltimore, they were a good team, and the Bills were devastated by injury. You were really banged up again on the road in Houston, and they were understandable, right? We've been looking all year for signs that this Bills team is different than the one we've seen in the past 5.
They can shake off all those old ghosts.
Well, here's the thing. They're more balanced, which is good. This team gets along really well, which is good. They're focused and they're prepared and they're executing, which is good. But I think the most important thing, there have been a couple of games where the Bills came out flat. Arizona opening day, the Titans, that could have been the holy crap game.
The Dolphins game.
Even last week, yes. And they managed out of the locker room to come out and right the ship. The Bills so far have won the games they should win. And the stupidest part of the NFL, as much as we talk about it and we look at matchups and upsets and da-da-da-da-da-da, the teams that win the games they should win are the ones that have the most success every season.
Okay.
So if this Bills team...
So if they blow this game, you don't think it matters?
No. Well, okay, if they blow it, I don't think it matters. I am worried...
It doesn't set them back.
It's an AFC win...
You got out of this game.
You don't have... I don't know, Tommy. You win this game, it shows massive growth.
Yeah.
You lose this game, you still got to worry now for the rest of the season, what is this team? Is that fair? Is that a fair statement, Kimmy?
Yeah, it's not the worst one to lose, but it says a lot kind of situation.
That works.
But it always sucks losing to like a town like Indianapolis.
Why do you do it based on town?
That's how I do. Like I like Indianapolis, but it's an town. It's got nothing really.
Well,
They're nice people, nice little town, but it's so blah Midwest.
Well, like not to be self-loathing here, but what do you think other fans say about Western New York?
Yeah.
How cool it is.
Yeah, let me check this out.
Wow, baby.
Do you think a loss on Sunday sets the Bills up, though, for a really big bounce-back win the next week? Because, I mean, it gets hard after that.
Well, you got to beat the Chiefs.
Okay. See, you're already proving my point about how this game is dangerous because you're not even thinking about the Colts. We've made it 7 minutes into the conversation, and you're already talking about the Chiefs game.
Grilled cheese town. Who cares?
Grilled cheese town.
The best meal you'll get in that town.
I mean, Kimmy, I guess, but I mean, a win is a win. I don't know.
You got to stack wins. You got to get them. Stack them.
Shut up.
Stick it to them.
Shut up. 252-WCMF. 252-9263. This Bills game on Sunday should be a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Walk over, win in Indianapolis. They're a team in turmoil, 2 straight losses. 39-year-old backup quarterback starting.
Yeah, they should be killing that dude.
Fine. But again, if you look at the history, the Bills have not won in Indianapolis since 1998 with Doug Flutie at the helm. The Bills have not been 8-2 since 1992, and we are still waiting as Bills fans for the annual. Holy crap, how did they lose that game?
But maybe this is the year we shed that holy crap game.
Maybe. But like if you look at the rest of the schedule, the holy crap game, if it comes, let's say you get to Indianapolis, would come at the most inopportune time. Because like the Rams are meh, but Kimmy, that's a West Coast road trip, so you can understand losing that game. New England at home, Jets at home, week 15 and 16.
There,
If the Bills beat Kansas City next week, and they have a legitimate shot at that first overall AFC seed, those are the 2 games.
Those games become much more important.
And those are the ones where you start to get really, really nervous. Right? Like,
because at that point in the season, too, you could have some like wacky weather. It's like when they played the Patriots, what was it, a few years ago?
The tornado game?
And nobody, they couldn't even complete a pass. Like, You just never know.
Patriots quarterback Mac Jones gets a win throwing 3 passes. 3 passes.
But by that end part of the season, you're going to be in pretty good shape if you run the table to there.
Okay, but here's
I mean, you're definitely in the playoffs.
I'm knocking.
And you own the division.
I am. Yes, you are. But
so,
again,
I mean, things are even if you catch one of those games, you're so far into the season, you're looking pretty damn good.
No, but here's what you're
not going to run the table.
Here's what you're not thinking about. Well, look, the Bills actually have a really good history on the last 6-7 games of the season of going on a run.
But that's a big chunk of games you got left.
You say that every single year? Like
once
you get to 7 weeks left, all of a sudden the Bills find a way to flip that switch. And maybe that's different this year because, the games are a little more difficult, right? Like on the back end here, you're going to have Kansas City, San Francisco, and the Detroit Lions, not to mention...
Oh, I forgot the Lions.
Yep, 3 divisional games, which are always cagey, right? So maybe this is the year where they don't have a holy crap we lost game, but you go 4-2 over your last 6.
That wouldn't be bad.
Here's why it would be bad. You're talking about the playoffs and everything. Playoffs are great. But we as Bills fans have, what's the word I'm looking for? Evolved.
Higher expectations.
It's not about making the playoffs.
Well, you want to win it all.
Yes, it's not about winning the division. It's about having that number 1 overall seed where you have a bye and then you have every playoff game at home.
Right.
And if you have a shot to do it, I don't care if I won the division. For you to say, the Jets game or the New England games won't hurt you. They will. That could cost you.
Right, but before you win a playoff game, you got to get there.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So let's get there.
I would rather have Kansas City at home for an AFC Championship game than in Kansas City.
I agree.
I would rather have Baltimore at home for an AFC Championship game than in Baltimore.
I agree.
Okay, so give me that.
I'm excited.
Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Troy. Hey, Troy, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how are you today?
Great, man. What's up?
Well, I just wanted to know if if all the Buffalo Bills fans are going to do the same thing they always do.
What's that?
Okay. Well, you guys win. We hear how great you are, and your last 2 playoff wins, what have you beaten? I just want to know. Let's see, a backup rookie quarterback in Miami and a third string quarterback from the Pittsburgh Steelers. You guys beat the Chiefs as usual in regular season, and then come crunch time, Mahomes sends you guys home packing.
Here's how you know this guy knows what he's talking about.
You were sent home, buddy.
Well, no, he used the term crunch time, which only the highest professionals use. So what's your point?
Well, I just want to know, so you think home field advantage all throughout the playoffs is going to be a big deal?
Well, I mean, statistically it is if you look at the history of playoff teams.
Right. But technically it is. What happened last year?
Well, I mean, we did have a starting middle linebacker that was literally on the couch with his family 2 weeks before.
Right, and when you beat the Dolphins at the end of the year, they had 11 of 22 starters on offense and defense standing on the sideline.
So I shouldn't watch?
By the way, same linebacker.
So I shouldn't even watch.
Well, hold on. Troy's dropping knowledge
No,
here.
Troy says I shouldn't even watch.
So it's done? Are we done, Troy?
Pass on?
No, I'm just asking you.
No, I'm asking you. Should I pass on watching the games?
Yeah, I mean, Troy. It's a
you don't paint
question.
a very good picture.
Yeah.
You have yet to get by the Chiefs.
Who do you like, Troy?
To be
No, Troy, it's a valid question. Troy, who's your team?
So who should I start watching? Who do you like?
Yeah.
Throw me a bone.
Well, my wife's born and raised in Kansas City.
Okay. Oh, so you're a bitch.
No.
My wife says I have to cheer for the Chiefs, and I do what my wife says. My name's Troy.
I'm worse.
What are you?
I'm worse. You beat me last week. Do I need to say any more?
You're a Dolphins fan. Okay, so this is perfect, actually. This is Troy. Hold on. This is the perfect transition. Are you from Rochester?
I am not. I'm actually from Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay,
How's
which
that?
is even more sad. So I have this theory that Dolphins fans that are not from Miami, and again, this carries perfectly. They grew up.
We didn't have professional teams back where I was.
Hold on, Troy. I'll let you talk, buddy. Can I throw my theory out there, Troy? I'm trying to help you here. I'm trying to help you, Troy. Troy, I'm trying to help you.
Yep.
I told you my theory, and it rings true again.
Dolphin fan.
Kids outside of Miami that grow up as Dolphins fans because the jerseys are teal and cool, they're kids that don't have their own personalities, right? They're not good at anything, and they're just looking for attention. So they come in and they're like, I'm a Dolphins fan, check me out. And as they grow up, they become the most insufferable pricks that you have ever met in your life. And every Bills fan that can hear me is nodding their head right now.
I don't think Troy's disagreeing with you.
I just like Troy. Here's the thing.
absolutely.
Troy.
I agree. I agree 100%.
Because like Troy is sitting here listening to the show after his team was embarrassed last week, and we appreciate you listening, Troy. And he was activated to call the show about what the Bills are going to do in the future. And Troy, here's the thing: how old are you, buddy?
I am 55.
Oh, you're 55. It's not too late. We can find you a hobby and a personality. Maybe you take up pickleball or put your phone away. Both of those things are options.
Hey, Duffy.
Yeah.
Hey, Duffy. I'm probably as fit as you are. Would you like to go a few rounds in the boxing ring?
Okay. Now he's threatening to fight people. And you know what? Yes, I would. Yes, I would, Troy. Thanks for the call, buddy.
All right. Have a good day.
There goes Troy.
You know what?
What's that?
He wants to fight you because you're a creep, crumb, coward. And a lush. And Troy knows a lush. We'll forget all the great rules of this country of ours. You two will get in a ring. And win or lose, that'll be the end of it.
It's been a rough season for him, you know. You got to do what you got to do.
I just don't get
That's all you have left.
I want to fight you.
Like it started with the Bills suck.
Yeah.
My wife's a Chiefs fan. I'm a Dolphins fan.
From Phoenix.
I don't have a personality.
Yeah.
Let's fight.
Yeah. All right.
And if anyone wants to argue with me about my Dolphins theory again, just simply play that call over. Let's take a break.
All right.
By the way, it is Football Friday, so we got Tommy's picks coming up.
Okay.
Tommy tells it like it is just after 7:45. And Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
RD.
They will be here after 9 to recap those picks. But before we get there, it is Friday.
Oh, yeah.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we got the creep cap coming at you. And if women love a man in uniform, well, then the state of New York should have no problem recruiting this job that they are short on.
Sounds pretty cool.
Because, I mean, like, you're pretty much a cop.
All right.
You're just like a cop of the trees.
Like wilderness cop.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Women love a man in uniform.
Oh, yeah.
But different uniforms, they get you different levels of respect. Like a firefighter, police officer, Air Force pilot.
Oh, pilot, yeah.
They'll be looked differently than other uniforms. So where does this uniform state employee fall on the potentially getting laid power rankings?
I guess it depends how official and cool the uniform looks.
I mean, it's a cool outfit.
Does he have a gun on his hip?
You know what? I don't know.
And he don't take no lip.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. When Tommy's not desperately trying to rhyme, thinking that's talent.
That worked.
He's also saying a
It's
lot
Big
of
Bad John.
disgusting things. Like Big Bad John, which also just creeped me out for some reason.
It's a great song.
We take all the gross things Tommy said all week long. We run it back for you. We call it the Creep Cap, and it happens now. Let's see it.
It feels so dirty. Get some creep cap in you on WCMF.
Well, I mean, in Dan's defense, there are taco trucks, just not involving my mom.
Right.
Yeah.
And you can eat tacos in the wintertime for sure. No, I was serious.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you.
They're
Good.
delicious.
We're all in
Even
agreement.
fishy taco.
No,
Right.
I don't
Like drill sergeant sex.
I don't like physically like shake her
No,
violently.
I know, but even
still,
just
like,
the act
women
of
just
like
want to
waking
wake
her
up
up.
and here's my
Like
dong.
let her wake up.
Morning dong. It's got a new song. It ain't gonna be around long. I gotta go to the bathroom.
No, I'm saying like why are small towns called knobs?
Well, it's when your mother was founding this country. I say to go forward and plant knobs and Gobbler's knobs. I'll give it a shot.
You get to put your lips on those yogurt lips over there.
All right, I will do it.
Yeah.
I just had to drag you into the men's room. I have this new kiosk.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Timey CPR. Acid resuscitation to your mouth.
Why? What? Your mouth is going on.
I'm gonna drop acid.
4 times.
Wait, 4 people?
4 people. He always puts up one more finger
Well,
than necessary.
I like to add an extra finger just in case. Ask your mama. She enjoys that.
Look, man, I understand I didn't live,
Bro, you had that house.
I wasn't
man.
living in Beverly Hills, but this
Right.
family.
You had a
was-
neighborhood trampoline.
No, that was down the street.
No, that was his mom. Z from the 3-point line.
Shut up.
Nothing but net
No,
and
this-
your mama. It's so good to be a creep.
I hope that was fun for everybody. It's Creep Cap. Let's see about story on Spectrum News, Tommy.
What are they saying?
Title: What it takes to become a New York State forest ranger.
Okay.
The job description is simple: protect and manage forest parks, wildlife habitats. But did you know, Tommy, that New York State forest rangers are also sworn in as police officers?
So they're armed.
They're straight up cops. Now, I don't know if they have guns. I don't know if some of them do, some don't, because they were also.
Well, I think we kind of found this out during Dannemora when these guys like escaped into the woods, right? Didn't they call everybody out to find those guys?
I just assumed at that point they were like, we just need eyes.
Oh,
You know
okay.
what I mean? But no, it says that the.
So you're a cop.
Yeah, they enforce laws. They handle search and rescue operations. They manage wildfires. To get this job, you need to take the civil service exam. You need to pass a physical fitness test, then psych evals, and then you're shipped off to Albany for 6 months of forest ranger training.
Right.
And that actually
Tree training.
That may be longer than your standard everyday
Yeah, I mean, it
police
sounds
officer.
like you really have to. I mean, there's a lot of extra stuff added into that job that your regular police officer doesn't have to deal with.
Yeah, for example, tell me what leaf this is right now. So, and on top of all that responsibility, you are also a person in uniform.
Yeah.
All right, so we know that a man in uniform is something that women seem to be weak in the knees by. Kimmy,
Yeah.
would a forest ranger be just as sexy as a fireman, cop, service member?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a manly job, and but the only thing is, like, I don't have an stereotype in my head of like what a forest ranger looks like. You know what I mean? Whereas like you'd have that for like a lot of other man in uniform jobs.
Yeah, now that you bring that up,
I've
I
never
can't
met
think of one.
anybody
They have
who's
a
a
beard,
forest
definitely.
ranger. I've never, so I don't know.
That's your fantasy?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like all the. I just assumed you'd have
Grizzly Adams coming over your house?
Like, is
I
the
mean, you could do
uniform
worse.
is the uniform cool, or is it kind of nerdy looking?
Isn't
I
it
don't
like
know.
green and tan?
I don't know.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is the getting laid uniform hierarchy for guys? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, if I were to ask you, what is the Alabama for the getting laid man in uniform, you would say?
Fighter pilot.
Oh, more than fireman?
Yeah. Number
Really?
number one, like if you had all those guys at a bar, right?
Yeah.
I think fighter
The
pilot
jumpsuit.
would be number one.
Hold on. He's wearing the jumpsuit to the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a tough
Well,
one to pull off
well, that's what
like
you gotta do.
outside of your job.
But if you could pull that off, you'd a man.
Okay. No.
I would think
'Cause
you're in
those
a
guys are all-
costume.
There's no ugly fighter pilots.
But there have to be ugly fire
There
pilots.
isn't.
Maybe how about the ones that made mistakes?
Okay, those guys are probably.
Well, everybody looks
heap
good
of
in aviator
ashes.
sunglasses, so that helps.
Okay, fair
I
enough.
think of Tom Cruise in like.
Oh, you picked the sexiest man on the planet for 10 years in a row?
Oh,
Wow.
that's your opinion.
Wow. No, that's people, my friend.
No, I would say fighter pilot number one because it's the coolest job. They've made so many movies about fighter pilots.
No, I think you're wrong. I think it's firemen and I could prove it. When you talk male strippers, which, by the way, fun fact, and we're not making this up, both Tommy and I have had to open for male stripper shows. We have done this in the past. And, like, when Tommy did it, they had to drag him off stage so the show could start. But when you went to if you go to a male stripper show, you're not going to see a fighter pilot. The most likely man in uniform stripper you will see is a firefighter.
Yes, because you see them so much. But that's not the question here.
Okay, so
Because you're saying because you see a lot of it, you're saying that's the one that they would be excited.
This is something I guess you'd have to see out and about, like casually.
I'm saying a big lineup of these dudes. Which one does the woman gravitate to?
all right, Kimmy. Well, Kimmy could settle this. She is the woman in the room.
Well, we also know she married
Yeah,
one.
I mean, I did
She
marry
brought
a
one
firefighter.
home.
Well, no, she didn't marry him when he was a firefighter.
True,
Oh, true.
true.
Kimmy, what's sexier, fighter pilot or firefighter?
I've never seen a fighter pilot other than in movies.
Well, because they're going really fast.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You got to. There he goes.
But I guess do fighter pilots, do they have because they have multiple uniforms that they use for
Yeah, they got
different
their dress
things?
uniforms.
Maybe the dress. I mean, I think the dress uniform would do it for anybody,
Okay. Oh, whoa.
All right.
Whoa.
right?
Okay, do you like your husband better when he's wearing his big old pants and helmet, or do you like it
No,
better?
that's Kimmy.
When he's... Or do you like it better when he's in the shirt, tie, fancy dress
I
uniform?
think the actual
they'd march in
stuff
and
that
stuff?
they're going into the fire with. I think for me that
Right.
would be the sexier uniform.
He's got ash on his face. He takes the helmet off. He's pouring water all over his
That
head.
was their honeymoon.
Because that's the way
Lydia
you're
Bash.
gonna. That's what you're gonna save somebody's life in.
Okay.
So that's I guess those are the working clothes.
Oh, that's another good point. If
What's
we're going to
that?
argue
Yeah.
fighter pilot versus firefighter, sexier man in uniform, which is a standard argument that men on a men-related radio show will have.
Yeah.
Fighter pilots are, here to help us, but they don't have direct hands-on life-saving
No.
moments.
It's, death from above.
Exactly.
I mean, they're risking their life.
Kind of what the tattoo
But I know what
says.
you're saying.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not trying to belittle what they do, but there's never going to be a photo of a fighter pilot carrying someone downstairs. You
No.
know what I mean? A woman is never going to have the fantasy of a fighter pilot with his arms around. Let me help you. He's a
Yeah.
foreign fighter pilot. For
Yeah,
some
all
reason.
right.
252 WCMF as we talk about this forest ranger job here in New York that they're looking for people to fill. You're an official police officer,
yeah.
just a police officer of the trees. Where do they rank, and what is the power ranking of sexy men in uniform? Jamie's on CMF. Hey, Jamie, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Duffy?
Yo.
Hey, so let's just be honest. The Marine Corps dress blues are the ultimate panty droppers.
Can I guess? Are you a Marine, Jamie?
Well, you know who I am.
Yeah. You're biased, Jamie, but go on.
Well, I mean, let's think about it. If two guys, say, some squid, Army guy, Marine, we all walk into a bar. Marine's leaving first with the hottest piece of tail there is.
Okay.
Let's just be honest.
I mean, I've never had the opportunity to try, so I can't say from experience.
We haven't done the experiment.
I am a soft boy.
It works. Trust me, it works.
All right, so Jamie, then, all right, so with your, I'll have to agree with you there only because of your experience, but let's take your bias out of it. Let's take the all of the service branches out of it. Other than Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines, all that stuff.
Yeah.
In your opinion, what is the power ranking number one sexiest man in uniform?
I'd have to say trooper.
State Trooper. Oh, the hat looks
They got the
stupid.
hat.
What's with the hat?
The hat looks stupid, but I mean, the little, tie and the jacket, it just looks good. It all ties together pretty well.
All right, well, Jamie, thank you for your sexy man opinion. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely, buddy. Have a good day, guys.
There goes Jamie. He's got Marines as number one. Thoughts?
I wasn't thinking of the Marines.
You're such a bitch.
But I would still say
Such a
fighter. I
bitch.
would still say, well, yeah, because Marines can be fighter pilots.
Okay.
Because the Marines have fighter pilots.
You are looking for a way to not say Marine, but you're scared of all the Marines, so you won't
You
say
should be scared of the Marines.
Oh, what? It's not the Marines. Oh, yes, it is.
I'm also not going to insult the trooper's hat.
Oh, I will. Look, man. Why do you wear the hat? The hat is pointless. The hat is pointless,
Well,
man.
it kind of makes you look like Deputy Dog, man.
Okay. This isn't a fashion contest. Like, what is the point of the hat? If there is a point
it's got a cowboy look to it.
I've told multiple troopers to their faces who I know, the hat looks stupid. And most of the time, they agree that the hat looks stupid. I just don't get it.
The hat?
Yeah.
Well, every cop has a hat.
No. You think my dad could wear a hat with that spiky hair?
You would think the hat limits you.
Well, they put it on when they get out of the car, right?
Well, sometimes.
Which is also kind of intimidating when he puts that hat on.
Is it?
You know he ain't screwing around.
No, because like when the trooper puts it on, he looks like Smokey the Bear.
No, he looks like he's about to write you a ticket.
Like the one year that the Gates Police Department mandated that all their police officers wear hats, they had to give my dad one of those big foam cowboy hats because on account of the spiky hair.
That'd be pretty
And there
cool.
are just some people that can't pull off hats. Like, you got a big head. Hats never fit you right. There has to be some of those state troopers out there like, damn it, I love this job, but I hate the hat.
If you got a round face, that hat looks terrible on you. It looks like a bucket of water. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We started this conversation with New York State looking for some wildlife forest rangers, New York State forest rangers, and we are learning that they're sworn in as actual police officers. There's a full 6 months of training after you pass the civil service exam, go through a physical fitness test, and get psych evals, and you would think that as a man in uniform being sexier, this would be something that men are running towards, right? But we're trying to figure out where the power rankings of sexy uniforms are. Okay.
Right.
Maybe how sexy the uniform is based on Tommy's take can be determined by the first person that pops in your head when you think of that uniform. Because you think fighter pilot, you thought Tom Cruise.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. You ready?
All right.
First person that pops in your head when I say the job. Are you ready?
Right.
All right. Guy in the Army.
Well, I would think of a famous person.
Yeah, anyone you want to throw.
Well, who are you asking?
Sure, famous person, something that everyone would know. Go as fast as you can. 90 seconds later. You're the dumbest man I've ever met.
Well, I don't understand the question.
So, okay, the first famous person that pops in
You
your
didn't
head.
say that originally. You said the first person.
Image.
Okay, Mike
The
Muir
first
Lane, we could have
image.
taken that too.
First image.
The image of an army guy would have been somebody like John Wayne.
Okay, there we go. So is John Wayne sexy?
Yeah, I mean, women love that guy.
I've never heard a woman ever describe.
You don't think women got wet for John Wayne?
Holy crap, and no.
Bro, he was a leading man in so many. He's your top cowboy. He's your top soldier.
I mean, look.
He's your top cop if you ever saw the movie McHugh.
I'm not saying that you're wrong in having opinions on who's sexy. Kimmy, do you look at young John Wayne?
She doesn't. She
No,
doesn't
'cause
count.
she can- no,
you got to
she-
go to my mother's generation. That was a manly man.
Hold on. You've seen pictures of young Marlon Brando.
Yes.
Is he sexy?
He's a good-looking guy.
You've seen pictures of JFK.
Yes.
Was he good looking?
Yeah.
He was good looking the day he got shot.
Well, you have seen pictures of John Wayne. Is he good looking?
I don't know if I don't have like an image of what you're
All right, so
thinking in
Google
your
the
head.
Quiet Man.
Oh, my God.
Well, that's a young John
You
Wayne.
know what won't show up? Tommy Mulek. Unless you ask him a question, answer quickly.
We gotta make no sense.
No.
Did you Google the Quiet Man?
Yeah.
He's a kid.
He kind of looks old.
So
He doesn't look like a kid.
But you see, you don't understand what charisma is. That's
What do you say? What a charisma is?
He's got charisma.
Kimmy, you are a go up top of charisma.
All right, so I think John Wayne's a good. Who would you pick for a soldier or an army guy?
I think Tom Cruise. Or not Tom Cruise. Tom Hanks. Saving Private Ryan.
Oh,
He's not
that's a good one.
handsome.
Is Tom Hanks handsome in that movie?
No,
I never thought of Tom Hanks as like
a handsome guy.
like a really good-looking guy. Like he's not
Matt Damon?
ugly. He's just
He's
a
only in
guy.
that movie for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it does come down on your generation, which movies and TV shows were the most popular, right? Okay, so now that we know the exercise, and it's a famous person, when I say cop, first person you think of is?
Oh, Clint Eastwood.
Okay. Is young Clint Eastwood sexy?
He's sexy now. That guy
You're
got
not
laid.
Kimmy. Your name is not Kimmy. And he's not sexy now. He's 1,000 years
His
old.
son's a
He did a
good-looking
three-way
guy.
in his last movie,
And you
bro.
told me how disturbing it was for you to watch his sex scene as an elderly man.
It's
Those
hard.
girls
I
are-
only think of him as an old guy.
Okay.
But his son's a good-looking guy.
Famous firefighter, go.
Firefighter.
Okay.
Who a famous
Oh,
firefighter?
Kimmy's, oh, man.
Is he sexy?
Yeah, he looks great. He's in a calendar. Good-looking man.
I mean, he is in a calendar.
I mean, he's got low standards, but he's a good guy.
Are you talking about the dog in the picture?
Oh, that's the dog?
Is there a sexy uniform we're missing? Because we're thinking of like the cream of the crop men in
the
uniform.
toughest of tough.
Right? But what about paramedics? All they do is help people.
Yeah, but I can't think of a famous paramedic.
Not that you would have to think of somebody famous, but Kimmy, would a man in a paramedic's outfit be sexy to you? Because your husband's
It's
also
not
paramedic.
not that it's not sexy. I just don't think of it as a top sexy uniform.
Yeah, okay. Does it rank below firefighter?
For me, yes.
Fighter pilot?
Fighter pilot. Yeah.
Cop.
It's hard to beat the jumpsuit and aviators.
Cop?
Yeah. I don't. What is any uniform? You know what I will say? Any uniform that's a button-down short sleeve is it's tough. It's tough.
That's a good one?
A short
saying,
sleeve.
like,
So you're saying a short sleeve dress shirt, like a Vince Lombardi would wear.
Or
Like
Sipowicz from NYPD.
Yeah.
yeah, if you it's kind of like a nerdy look.
What do you got the pipes though?
Okay, that helps. You got to
Okay.
have that though. You got to show them off.
Well, you can't show them off if you're not wearing a short sleeve button-down
Yeah.
T-shirt. Or button-up shirt. All right, I got one. We got
All
Facebook
right.
messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. We have a bunch of ladies. I'll just read it from Tara here.
What are they saying?
Tara, this has been mentioned multiple times. When are you guys going to mention man in scrubs? When I'm in the hospital, I get all kinds of excited to see male nurses and doctors walking around. Kimmy, man in scrubs, does that do it for you?
I mean, you look comfy.
So no. Why are you looking at me like that?
Well,
I wouldn't think it's a sexy look.
I don't know.
It's baggy.
Women in scrubs do it for me.
Really?
Yeah, big time.
I don't.
Maybe I'm biased on that.
No, but you can't see their bodies.
Yeah, some you can.
All right.
I mean, asses look great in scrubs.
If you have an ass that could fill it
Yeah,
out.
but and you're also
you got to have one jacked up onion to
No,
fill
you
them
don't.
britches
Think
up.
about it though. You're also wearing a mask and like one of those
And
things on your
Crocs.
head.
Oh,
to,
no,
like,
no. I mean, just you're
Mask and Crocs. That's not a good look, man.
I'm just talking like the average like nurse
Yeah.
walking
No,
around a
I know,
hospital.
but they kind of cover up a lot. I don't know.
Like
I
my
never. That never came to my head.
So-
I got to look that but go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, like you brought up, you got to have an ass to fill out the
Hmm.
scrubs, right? Like now they make like form-fitting scrubs. So like my wife has multiple places.
Wait,
she'll
they make
go.
like sexy scrubs?
So
Like,
you call my wife sexy?
No, I'm asking you a question.
No,
Do they make sexy
I
scrubs?
asked you the first
I
question.
asked you a question. I'm not in the medical field.
Are you calling my wife sexy?
I'm not saying anything like that.
No, I wouldn't call them sexy scrubs. I'm just saying
But
they're
you're
like.
saying they're form fitting.
Yeah, I mean they're like.
Well, then that's sexy.
So joggers are sexy?
What do you mean joggers?
Okay,
So,
Kimmy,
wait, you mean the leggings?
Yeah, no, not leggings. You have a pair of joggers, right? They're like they look like pants, but they like taper at the bottom and they're a little bit tighter through the leg.
Yeah,
All
and
Yeah.
right.
the ass.
Well, they're
Joggers on
form
right
fitting.
I mean, I guess more form fitting, but they're not like leggings.
But yeah, I mean, if you have the body to pull it off, yes.
My wife looks when she comes home from work in scrubs.
Right. So let me ask you this:
Damn!
since we're off, like now we're doing non-military people and authority people.
Wow, so, wait, you don't think a
Authority
nurse or a doctor has authority?
Well, they can't pull me over.
Really?
Oh, can they? I got one for you.
No, your life is just in their hands. But
You will hate it,
Okay, go.
and your wife will love this one.
What do we got?
Chef.
No, that's not a uniform. That's stupid.
And there's a lot of good-looking chefs on television, man.
He might
A
have
ton.
something there.
Chef is
They're
not-
But
famous.
the thing
Not
is,
chef.
though, a lot of chefs are dicks. You know?
Yeah, but they also like
They
that.
never look happy.
Not like those happy cops that always pull me over,
Oh, no.
or the troopers that have like pulled me out of my car.
You know why they're unhappy?
What?
That hat.
Oh,
No, chef is not a man.
Chef
no,
is a
that
very
not a good
sexy
one.
out.
No,
Yeah, it's just because you hate chefs.
it's not. No, I don't hate chefs.
No,
I-
you hate. You don't have any
know.
respect for
No,
them.
well, I look-
And your wife respects chefs, as she's also a cook.
Let me be clear.
I'm also never going to know your name because I got to call you chef.
No, you don't,
And
because
they
you
have
don't work for that
multiple
person.
TV shows.
They're not the president. You don't call them chef if you don't work for them. And even that's kind of a dick move. You can call him Dave.
Dave the chef.
No, you don't call
That's
him
chef.
the
Chef Dave.
252 WCMF. Let's take one more as we're doing our power ranking of sexy man in uniform off of the story about New York State looking for forest rangers. DJ's got the last word. Hey, DJ, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for taking my call, Duffy.
Thanks for being here, DJ. What do you got for us?
So, I mean, we're taking away the obvious. We haven't talked about it yet. What about, like, super spy uniforms? You got, like, the guys in suits. I mean, take a look at 007. I mean, Sean
Super
Connery.
spies.
Did you say?
Yeah.
Hey, DJ, how many
Sean
super
Connery.
spies do you come across on a regular basis?
I'm not. Well, see, that's a trick question.
Oh.
All right. So he's saying spies and stuff like that?
Spies.
So guys in suits.
Okay, so
Sharp
every-
suits.
Think about
Every
Sean
time-
Connery, Daniel Pierce Brosnan.
I mean, my wife does love Daniel Craig. DJ, thanks for the call. I appreciate
All
it.
right, so every time they capture one of these spies, we got to do a swap. They all look like school teachers.
Bro, like,
They're all in sweaters and they have bellies.
We
Yes.
can't crush DJ for naming people in movies when we were just doing the same
well,
thing.
no, I had asked, think of the
But
list.
actual spies don't look like those dudes,
and,
man.
I'm not going to go to Albany to learn how to be a spy in
True.
6 months.
How do you know?
You're right. All right, we're super late. We got to take a break. I appreciate all the calls. This is something, Tommy, that if it was a trend when we were in high school, we would have not been participating.
Oh.
Because there are things that make you cool
Yeah.
as a teenage kid. This was not one of them.
Oh.
Although it seems it's changing.
So it's a trend now.
I think so.
Okay.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. something is changing.
What happened?
You remember what being cool was when you were in high school, right?
Oh, sure.
And it involved a lot of weird things, but there was one thing that played no part. Your grades.
Yeah.
That might be changing because there's a weird-ass phenomenon that showed up all of a sudden that could mean kids doing well in school want everyone else to know about it.
That they're cool.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't be throwing this out there to the world if you didn't think it was scoring you points.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF in just about 10, 15 minutes. It is a Football Friday.
Oh, boy.
Tommy's got his picks for Bills Colts coming up. A Football Friday. Tommy tells it like it is. Just a little while here in the break room on CMF. So about 2 weeks ago, kids in the greater Rochester area got their report cards for the first quarter.
Okay.
And I want to know, you probably haven't seen this. Kimmy, have you noticed high school kids in the greater Rochester area have started to share their report cards on social media?
No, but I guess I shouldn't know that, though.
Okay, it's getting retweeted by other things that I'm
I
seeing.
haven't seen this.
So they're like taking pictures of their. How do you get a report card now? It doesn't come like.
So it comes
it's not a physical thing.
So
right?
it
Does
depends
it
on the
still
school.
get sent in the mail?
Sometimes they do, but no, mostly it's a digital file.
All
that
right,
you
so
can
they're
open up.
showing that off?
Yeah, I've seen it 24 times in the last 2 weeks.
That's a dick move, man.
For example.
Look how smart I am.
Well,
I mean,
Clearly not with this, actually.
That was good.
It's kind of a similar thing to your parents putting a bumper sticker that says
Also a
my
dick
kid is
move.
an honor student,
But your parents
right? Or
did
my
that.
kid made high honor roll.
But the kids are doing this themselves now.
So, for example, there's a kid that I picked one of them because I was so
All right.
taken aback by this, right? Kid's a junior in high school. He plays football and basketball. He's in all advanced AP classes. He's in town here.
Yeah.
Kid's got a 99.6 average, and he's a member of the National Honor Society.
So he's crushing it all the way around.
Like, could not be a better 17, 18-year-old kid. And that's a hell of a report card, but he's not alone. And what I'm trying to figure out here, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Did we miss a trend
Oh, the cool, smart kid?
that started happening? Like, why are these kids posting their great report cards on social media?
I guess it's a competitive thing. You're not going to share it unless it's good. So it's just telling everybody you're smart. I don't know.
But Kimmy, think back to
you
when
share everything else.
Think back to when we were in high school. Now that was an old lady take right
I
there.
do.
Kids are sharing everything else. Why not share their report cards? Like, I mean, kids would
Maybe
share.
they learned it from us. Oversharing.
But I mean, Kimmy, think about that. We shared everything in high school
Yeah.
in an attempt to make us look cooler. I never once saw kids with their report cards in their hands showing them to each other in the hallway.
No, but I do.
Yeah.
You don't know kids that would have absolutely posted that if
But they weren't cool.
Yes.
So all in my generation,
Yeah.
all the cool guys
That's
were
what they told you.
the dumbest people on the planet.
I mean, he's not like
They smoked. They drank.
Yep.
They skipped school. Their parents were horrible.
They got in a
if
race.
they had them.
They got in a race with another gang in leather jackets right before the end of year carnival, and then his girlfriend, who he thought he lost, showed up, and she was dressed like a badass, and she had an Australian accent for some reason. Go grease that in your body, never go to.
No, but those guys were never like smart.
I mean, Kimmy, I don't want to I don't want to side with him here, but like I'm thinking of the kids that like were the most popular guys in school. I still hang out with some of them. They're the dumbest people I've ever met in my
But
life.
think of what media thought a cool guy was back in the day. They weren't smart.
Yeah.
They
Yes.
were like weird.
I think kids are looking to achieve more.
Okay,
like
well,
they know
obviously.
what it. You know what I mean? So like, if that kid who is on the football team and is also doing well in school and all that, like they, I don't think it makes you uncool to also be smart.
Because it did. That was a handicap. And I don't know. Not that the kids were like uncool, but no, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking of the smartest kids that I went to school with. I didn't look at them and like, man, I didn't look at those kids and be like, I want to be like them. It wasn't
Really?
until years after high school where I
I don't know.
realized.
I was always kind of jealous of those kids that had it all, though. Like the kids that were really good in school, were really good at sports or whatever other things that they participated. They were just the kids that had it all, and I could totally see that kid wanting to share every achievement that they had going on.
So, do you remember the coolest guy in like your school, right?
Yeah, sure.
Everybody wanted to hang with him.
Yeah.
I don't see that with these people. Like I can remember people like trying to like be around that guy.
With
that was
kids,
cool.
you're saying, these
Yeah,
days?
like other kids thought that guy was cool, like a really cool guy in school. And I don't see that with somebody with straight A's and doing all their homework.
But it seems it is happening, and I'm
Yeah.
also basing this on with what I'm seeing from like my girls right now. Like the smarter you are is not having any effect on the social lives that these kids had. And I guess that's the difference, right? Like, Kimmy, the kids that were super smart didn't have the most, their dance card wasn't the most full, to put it as the way the kids would term it today, right?
The dance card?
I just can't figure out what all of a sudden changed. And you're not surprised by this at all, Kimmy.
No.
Cool. Achieving.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. It's been local, and I don't know if it's a national trend, but over the last 2 weeks with report cards coming out here in the greater Rochester area for schools, I've seen 24 kids on Instagram, Twitter, all kinds of social media sharing their report cards, and all of their report cards are amazing. And these aren't kids that you would, these are, athletes and kids active in all kinds of other things that they don't look like, and I don't mean to sound rude, the stereotypical nerds that people of our age would have been getting, straight A's and National Honor Society and scholarships for, grades to go to college. Are kids these days smarter than we are? And I don't even mean grades. I mean, like, aware of the world smarter.
They'd have to be.
That's what I think. That's part of it too. Like, they see that, like, hey, you know what? If I get good grades, like, I can go a little further in life. Whereas maybe, like, we lived in a little bit more of a bubble when we were in high school. All that mattered was high school, nothing beyond that.
Like, your kids.
And I think your kids are more aware of, like, life outside of school.
Okay.
Like, the things your kids know at their age.
Yeah.
I had no clue at that age. Not even close.
I didn't even know what other kids in other places, how high school was for them, unless I watched, like, MTV.
Yeah,
right?
It was funny, like, when you watch Laguna Beach,
Like,
that was the
what?
show of our
They
high
go to school outside?
I remember thinking that, too. Wait a minute, what if it rains? What if it rains and your books get all wet?
But that's what I mean. Like, we only had a small window into the lives of other kids, and it wasn't even real.
Okay, but we should have known that. Like,
No, why? You only know what you what you're exposed to.
What I mean by we should have known that good grades would get us further, right? Because everybody told us that forever and ever and ever. I get seeing your dad being successful and being a complete moron would lead you to believe that maybe that wasn't important. But Kimmy, these schools, when we were kids, they would bring in people that had high-end jobs and explain what they did, and they would explain the education that they needed and why it's important to stay in school.
But when they did that to me in school, it was just different versions of my dad.
Okay.
Like, I never met foreign kids. Like, I didn't know. I never.
Well, you're talking about kids that were raised on foreign soil.
Think about the first time you had a foreign kid in your school.
Like a foreign exchange student?
Not even that. Like,
somebody that
not
moved?
even an exchange student. Somebody that came here from another country.
I'm the wrong guy to ask. Gates had a really good English as a second language program, so there were always tons of kids from other countries in our classes.
I didn't experience any of that until I went to military school.
Okay.
That was where I interacted with somebody from another country like that I went to school with.
It's funny. Do you guys remember the moment you realized there were consequences? I can't ask Kimmy this because she's like, oh, the moment you realized there would be consequences if your grades weren't up to par. Did you ever have that? Have you had that realization yet?
Summer school.
Okay.
Summer school, staying back, watching my father almost have a heart attack in front of me multiple times. I can't remember a time since I was little that my father wasn't pissed off at my performance in school.
No, but see, that didn't even, I'm sorry, Kimmy, that didn't even do it for me. Because, I have a vivid memory of going back to school for my senior year of high school.
Yeah.
And I'm listening to everybody talk about what their plans are at the end of the year. Mm-hmm. And in that moment, I realized the mistake that I had made. And I realized that there was no spinning out of it. I was too far gone.
Yeah.
Right? But even at the same time, I wasn't like, well, I'm going to do everything I can to fix it. It was just like, well, I screwed up the rest of my life.
Yeah. That's definitely, you're going to feel it senior year when you realize how short you're coming up.
I also think, and I don't know when they started to implement this, but it existed when we were kids. Like, you did have to have a certain grade point average to play a varsity sport. And I think that helped keep some kids on track that maybe just thought, like, why do I care? I'm not. Maybe they already knew they weren't going to college or doing anything really beyond high school. But I think that stuff like that at least helped them still maintain a certain grade point average in school.
Well, but even that and what we're dealing with here is we're talking about these kids, and it seems to be a new trend. I've seen 24 of them the last 2 weeks in Rochester that are posting their brilliant report cards, and these kids are not, again, not to sound disrespectful, but based on the kids that we knew that were giant-ass nerds, right? Mm-hmm. These are just these are athletes and kids that are in plays and kids that are out doing stuff, and oh, by the way, they're carrying a 99 average. there's a difference, Kimmy, between doing enough to get by and excelling.
Right, you're
like
nailing
these
it.
kids
No, I
are.
know.
Yeah.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Brian writes us, these kids are student athletes trying to attract the attention of college coaches, and they're using social media to their advantage. It's a really smart thing to do, but I don't think kids are doing this because good grades are cool. Thoughts?
Oh, I think it's also, to your point, kind of a competitive thing, too.
Okay.
Because I'm sure colleges aren't looking at this stuff and caring. I mean,
I mean, if you are an athlete that has a chance to go play in
I don't think you have to show it on social media. They can tell that without.
right.
looking
I
at
mean,
your
why would a
social media.
college be looking around for that?
Well, no, I mean,
You're
so
going to, I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
we have heard stories in defense of Brian here of college coaches that just see, like, clips of kids that they post on social media, and that gets them attracted.
All right.
Wrong word to use. They decide they want to take a closer look at that kid. So I guess if you got really great grades.
Now you're really reaching, though, man.
I don't know. There have been examples, and we've heard it from guys that made it to the pros where they had no offers.
Yeah.
One clip goes social or viral on social media, or they sent it to a coach.
Yeah.
I mean, Josh Allen sent emails to 100 Division I colleges looking to get a scholarship with all his highlights. Oh,
Nothing.
well, no, he got one.
Oh, he did get one.
Wyoming.
Oh.
And now he's the best quarterback in the NFL. So who's stupid now? Still us. Let's take a break.
All right.
Speaking of stupid,
What happened?
Tommy's got some picks to make for this Bills
Oh,
Colts
you
game.
don't
on
know.
Sunday.
You don't know, man.
Well, you told us last week, and Kimmy, you remember. I know Miami, and I know Buffalo. I'm the only man that has experience. And you went 1-4.
Well, that's because they took a nap that first half.
Okay. I have given you several warnings,
Oh,
and I have.
You did same morning every trap game.
No, I didn't. I never said trap game. Never said trap game.
You want to say it, though.
No, because I don't think Sean McDermott, I think he's too prepared to fall into a trap game. I think it's deeper than that. And I just need...
History.
Look, man, you cannot blame me because I have a bunch of stuff I'm going to tell you to help you
I'm
here.
going to listen, man.
You gotta listen.
But the history.
Hey, Tommy tells it like it is. On a Football Friday happens next here at the Break Room on CMF. Bills, Colts, 1 o'clock Sunday, live right here on 96.5 WCMF. If you want to watch the game,
watch us.
Why not do it with a super cool guy?
Your brother's going with you. Huh?
I mean, we can ask him if he's coming.
Well, he likes some burgers.
He'll be here at 9.
That's a burger boy.
He is a big old burger boy. I'm going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li, 1 o'clock Sunday. Delicious food, fantastic drink, and at least one Duffy brother.
And a skinny little burger boy.
Oh, bro, it's cheat day, man.
Oh, is it a cheat day?
It's
All
a
the
cheat
cool
day.
guys have cheat days.
Hey, you were there on Sunday. What did you eat? Oh, is that what you ate? You ate nothing.
I
That's what you
drank
ate.
my lunch, son.
You drank nothing, son. You drank nothing. Come hang out with me and the CMF crew on Sunday at the Bill Gray's Tap Room. We'll see you there. All right. You're coming off another terrible week. You seem to do this thing where you go like 3 terrible weeks, have one like respectable week, and then have another 3 terrible weeks.
This is a tough league, man.
Yes, that's what I've been trying to tell you.
Wins are tough to get.
All right. All you have to do is pay attention to what I say.
I'm going to listen now.
And you'll be fine.
Because you got a lot of history going on here.
All right.
People love history.
There are, well, yeah, you still have a job. The ghost of radio past. Because there are a lot of football experts who will tell you what you want to hear, but only one ghost.
Some football experts will tell you what you want to hear. Our football expert tells you what you need to know. It's Tommy Tells It Like It Is in the Break Room on WCMF.
Tommy, are you ready?
I'm ready, buddy.
Over, under.
I'm listening. I don't comment until I hear the whole thing.
Over, under.
Ooh.
1/2 a touchdown from Bills tight end, Dalton Kincaid.
Well, he may be their go-to guy the way you're talking.
Well, that's just it. The Bills have a big problem. All of a sudden, they're thin at wide receiver again. Amari Cooper missed last week. We don't know where he stands. He did an interview this week as he is still limited. His wrist is all wrapped up, saying that it's pain management. That's a problem. So no guarantee he goes. The bigger problem seems to be rookie wide receiver Keon Coleman. He has become a legit threat in this offense. Took a massive dirty shot from Jordan Poyer on Sunday, and he now has a wrist injury. Sean McDermott, the head coach, said he may be out multiple weeks, but they also haven't ruled him out for Sunday.
So they may shoot him up with a little go-go juice.
Or he can't play.
Yeah.
Right.
One or the other.
You could be out 2 of your top 3 wide receivers on Sunday, and we saw how that affected the Bills in Houston. Dalton Kincaid was supposed to have a breakout year this season, and he's playing okay.
A little quiet.
Yeah, but it's not what folks expected.
But he's also not their go-to guy anymore.
Well, he was never the go-to guy. The reason he was
But now he's getting pushed back. I'm asking.
No, the reason he was so successful last year is because the go-to guys got covered and Dalton was open. Does Dalton step it up this week knowing the Bills need a place to put that ball? Or does the fact that the other wide receivers aren't there allow the defense to key in on him and stop him from making plays? Over under 1/2 a touchdown from Dalton Kincaid.
Well, the kid's got to step up.
He doesn't
you
have to.
You have to in this
Every
league.
week.
Every week, every play, you must step up.
If he has to step up, why hasn't he stept up and had 2 touchdowns every week?
This is his day to step up. It's Dalton Day.
They're calling on
in
Dalton.
Indy. Calling all Daltons.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, he's not listening.
I heard you. You
Okay,
said Dalton.
You said the word Dalton in there.
That's all it took.
Okay.
Kimmy, can we? I should have looked this up. Can we get just real quick how
Yeah.
many touchdowns Dalton Kincaid has so far
He's
this
got
season?
them all.
No,
so
he
far.
doesn't.
He got all he deserved.
He's got them all. When the end zone catch the ball.
He has
2 touchdowns.
Oh, so he's due. This kid is due.
Okay. So then, over,
He
under.
is Hoosier due, baby. Hoosier due, baby.
Over, under. 1/2 a touchdown.
This is so
From Bills, it is the most exhausting. Bro, I got 2 kids. And this is the most exhausting
never bring
thing
'em up.
I do every week. Oh, should I stop bringing up my kids? You sick of them?
I love your kid.
Oh, yeah?
The father I can't stand.
Over, under, 1/2 a touchdown from Dalton Kincaid.
Of course I'm taking the over on that. It's one lousy touchdown.
He's only got 2 all season.
Right, so the kid's going to load him up.
Load him up.
I might load him up today.
Or
Sunday.
Yeah, he's in practice. Load him up. Doesn't count. All right, so to be clear, you are over 1/2 a touchdown from Dalton.
He's got to step up if he wants to be the man.
Okay. Over, under 80 yards rushing for Colts running back Jonathan Taylor.
That kid's still around?
Yeah, he is. The Bills have had a hard time stopping the run this season.
That guy's got to be ancient.
Last week, Miami was gashing the Bills for most of the game. They had 150 yards on the ground. The Colts have a feature back. Taylor gets the bulk of the carries, and he's having a good season so far. He's almost getting 5 yards a carry.
But he's almost their only weapon, right? Serious weapon.
Yes, yeah. Right now, he may be their only serious weapon. But the Bills also have injury issues along the D-line. And this week, they signed old friends Jordan Phillips and the other guy whose name I'm blanking on right now. But that may not be enough to stop the bleeding. Jonathan Taylor, and you're right, he's been around for a while, so much so that the first Bills home playoff game in like 20 years, he went off 5 years ago.
Yeah.
He's averaging 83 rushing yards a game, and he's gone over 80 in 4 of the 6 games he's played in this season. And I'm doing fingers if you're watching the live stream, so because I know he's not listening.
I'm listening to you.
Over under 80 yards rushing for Colts running back Jonathan Taylor.
But if that's all they got as a weapon, they should be able to zero in on it.
Yeah, but, I mean.
And Flacco sucks.
Flacco does not suck.
Well,
Bro, that dude is. If this kid's old, Flacco's got to be ancient.
He's 39, and Flacco
he
brought
is, but I don't know. Every now and then, like he looks like he's still got it.
He ain't got any
sometimes.
gas in the tank.
Okay, look, man.
But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Your argument that that's their only weapon potentially on Sunday is a valid argument. But the Bills, again, their biggest deficiency this season might be the ability to stop the
But you
run.
don't think they've been working on this all week? What else they doing?
What were they doing the week before when they played the Dolphins?
That's a great question. Ask the coach.
What were they doing before they played Baltimore?
Well, you couldn't stop that guy.
You can. In fact, last night they
Some people have figured it out.
Yeah, I mean,
He still got almost 90 yards.
they've lost 3 times. Over under
What?
80 yards rushing for Colts running back Jonathan Taylor.
He ain't getting no 80 yards. Goddamn.
4 out of 6 games he's gotten 80.
Hey, you got 80 yards. No, he ain't getting no 80 yards. No, that's not happening.
Okay.
Sit down, son.
Tommy tells it like it is on a football Friday here in the break room on CMF. He is over 1/2 a touchdown for Bills tight end Dalton Kincaid. He is under 80 yards rushing for Colts running back Jonathan Taylor. Are you ready for your third pick?
I'm thinking big things for this game.
Over under.
Betty wants a cracker over and under.
No, I want.
No, I can't have a cracker. It's not cheat
I
day.
want a new co-host is what I'd like. That would be great. Over under 1/2 an interception for this Bills defense on Sunday.
Flacco.
So as you mentioned, the Bills will be facing off against 74-year-old quarterback Joe Flacco.
Jittery ass, can't see nothing.
But here's the thing, man. He knows how to step into a team and do well. He led the Browns to the playoffs last year when he took over halfway through the season. This year, he is 2-2 in games where he's played the bulk of the snaps, and a big part of that is he doesn't turn the ball over. So far this season, 7 touchdown passes, only 2 interceptions. Meanwhile, the Bills defense has 8 interceptions in the 9 games they've played. They're great at going and getting the ball. The potential issue, Tommy? Starting corner Christian Benford, he missed last week. We don't know what his status is. Also, nickel corner Teron Johnson, he came out of the game on Sunday. He came back in.
So he's all right.
But it doesn't mean he's 100% ready to go. And there were injury issues with Kaiir Elam, the guy who would be who replaced Christian Benford last week. He missed some time during that game. His shoulder went out. They had to pop it back in. Yeah, that's happened to me. It's agonizing, babe. Okay. That being said, neither starting corners, Russell Douglas or Christian Benford for Buffalo, have interceptions this season.
Ooh, so somebody's hungry and due.
If they play, they could be due.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Over under 1/2 an interception for this Bills
You
D on
can't
Sunday.
tell me this cataract, glaucoma quarterback has got any kind of accuracy left.
You're talking about the cataract kid? No, literally, that's what he's living on because I just told you he's thrown 7 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. That is accuracy.
Yeah, but it's not a lot.
Not a lot.
Josh
of
has got more than he
accuracy.
does.
Well, yeah, because Josh has played
Josh
the whole
is
season.
playing out of his mind.
Yeah.
And he's young.
He's the best quarterback in the NFL.
Oh, he is.
Okay. Over under
You
half
don't
an
think
interception.
you're going to pick this grandpa off?
To be clear, are you over or under 1/2 an interception for the Bills D on
I'm
Sunday?
betting against the nursing home here. I'm saying they're going to get to him. Yeah, they're going to pick. I'm going to take the over.
Okay. The Bills are favored by 3.5 points on the road.
They should be getting more than that.
Don't forget the home team gets 3 points, so they're a 7.5 point favorite on a neutral field. The Bills are the better team, but we've mentioned all the injuries, and then there's some history that goes into all of this. We told you this morning that the Buffalo Bills have not gotten to 8-2, which their record would be if they win, since 1992. On top of that, the Bills have not won a game in Indianapolis since 1998. The last quarterback to beat the Colts in Indy was Doug Flutie in Peyton Manning's rookie year.
Yeah.
It was so long ago.
How long ago was it?
At the time, the Colts were still in the AFC East.
Wow. I
And
forgot about that.
the most important statistic you need to listen to right now.
And I'm listening.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Every game this season the Colts have played, both the wins and the losses, were one-possession games. Every single game. Wow. And sitting at 4-5, they are still within striking distance of the Houston Texans for the division, so they could be a team that says, look, if we turn this on, we're good to go. Tommy, do the Bills win? And if so, is it by 4 or more?
Man, this game, with all your history and all this stuff,
yes,
I smell dew. Like, there's some dews going on.
I think you've said that with every pick. Everybody's due.
But I'm smelling. I'm smelling a big ass dew.
I agree, man. Every time you open your mouth, it's nothing but dew. Dew, dew, dew. What you were saying, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm taking them to win this game.
All right, so you got them winning. Do you have them winning by 4 or more?
Oh, I think it's going to be a convincing win.
How convincing, Tommy?
Well, you think about it. I mean, I think they're definitely going to cover those points.
For God's sakes, just say
then I'm thinking
stupid thing. Nobody cares. Just get it over with.
Hoosier do blowout.
Hoosier do?
Hoosier do blowout. This has got to be the easiest game of the year for them. They could be playing in nightshirts.
No, this is by far.
This is by far.
It's furthest away
Never
from
before in the history of Indiana. What? Wait, never for what?
No, there's
no. Please tell me. Oh, please tell me.
Literally, all of the numbers and the injuries seem to be going against the Buffalo Bills here, and you have them covering on the road, which they're having a hard time doing this year, by the way.
Against a weak-ass team in a grilled cheese town.
I don't think that Indy's as weak as everybody thinks they are.
It's weak, bro. Okay. It's weak. They've been weak.
Okay.
Indiana's weak.
So that's going to wrap things up here. Let's just recap
yeah.
all of Tommy's stupid-ass words that fell out of his mouth. Tommy is over 1/2 a touchdown for Bills tight end Dalton Kincaid. He is under 80 yards rushing for Colts running back Jonathan Taylor. He is over 1/2 an interception for this Bills defense on Sunday. He has the Bills winning. He has them covering the 3.5, and he has them winning in a Hoosier do blue. Just after 9 o'clock.
Yeah, what we got going on?
Our good buddies from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger. And from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan, not so fast. Duffy buddy. So I'm expecting big things from Dalton Kincaid.
Okay, we're going back to Dalton Kincaid.
He did not have a bonus pick.
No, I
that's
do.
Stuck in his head, and that's where he's going.
Okay.
Dalton's getting in twice. And when he does, somebody in their skybox is going to lose their mind and throw their goddamn beer against the plate glass window.
Who's that?
Well, who do you think's the most famous Hoosier?
Who?
Well, who do you think?
If you say who I think you're going to say, if you say bootleg Bruce Springsteen right now, who are you going to say?
That's who I'm picking.
You idiot! You're such an idiot!
John Cougar, because I'm going to use his old middle name. Mellencamp.
Does he go to the games?
Him and Bird go to all the games.
No, he doesn't.
So Larry Bird and him had this.
No, they don't. You're making this up.
They sit in the same box.
Larry Bird and John Mellencamp do not have a suite together.
They're super cool friends.
Okay, super cool friends. Are they super cool friends?
You don't think John Cougar Mellencamp?
Are we doing the show from Japan? USA, super cool friends, 100%.
You don't think Larry Bird and Mellencamp hang?
You idiot.
So
they're neighbors.
This is so specific that he's gonna specifically throw his beer or whatever he's drinking at the window because of a Dalton Kincaid touchdown.
No, because of the second Dalton Kincaid touchdown.
Because it's going to be such a wide open game.
Hey, dumbass! If I'm not mistaken, isn't the tour that came through here with Dylan Mellencamp and Willie Nelson still on the road right now?
Yeah, but they take days off.
Do they take days off?
You don't think he goes home?
You mean
what
like
do you think
a Sunday?
What do you think he's sitting in some bar in Peoria waiting for his next tour date? They fly in and out. These guys are in and out of town in a day.
He's going to take it off just to go to the game.
Well, because he's going to hang out with his good friend who he splits a suite with. Why would Larry Bird have to share a suite with John Cougar Mellencamp?
We all know Larry Bird is cheap. Remember, he used to mow his own lawn?
Yep.
And that's a true story.
Yes.
The first time they went to interview Larry Bird when he became a Celtic, he was mowing his own lawn.
The reason his career came to a short end.
What was he doing?
He was putting in a driveway
for his mother's
and
house.
He ruined his back.
He's like one of those guys. He's Indiana purebred, man.
Okay. By the way, careful where you say that.
What? Well, you know what I mean.
Indiana purebred. We've been to some of those bars by accident where you hear that and you get the hell out. All right.
So it'd be a hell of a show, buddy.
Mike Danger, 95.7 The Fan, Ryan Duffy, Let's Go Duffalo podcast after 9 o'clock to recap the stupidest bonus pick you've ever had. I don't even think there's glass in the suites at Lucas Oil Field. I think they're open suites.
Bro, you have to when you have celebrities of that level.
Oh, you're right. When you're doubling up with Cougar Mellencamp and Bird.
Mm-hmm.
2 animals, 3 days. Let's take a break. Wegmans wants your face.
They can have it.
Next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. In today's world, Tommy,
It's a crazy world out there, Pat.
we got to make a choice every single day. How much privacy you are willing to give up in exchange for your safety and convenience. Cell phone ring cameras, we're used to those now.
No, sure. What else?
But the grocery store, that would be new. And it has some people asking questions why Wegmans would have plans for something like this.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We got tickets to go see comedian Sebastian Maniscalco.
Oh, he's very popular. Very funny young man.
Dynamite dropping.
Yeah.
You can enter for
Buddy might open up for him.
I did 20 years ago, and that's how well my career went. I'm here with you now.
In a closet.
He's coming to the Blue Cross Arena November 15th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com, but you can win them. Go to WCMF.com. Do not call the show, so help me God. WCMF.com, contest page, Sebastian Maniscalco. Good luck with your friends on CMF. Story in the DNC last week.
Well, what did I say?
Wegmans has launched a facial recognition pilot program.
I kind of thought they already had this.
So people were guessing. Apparently they do not.
Oh.
But this facial recognition pilot program was launched at one of its New York City locations. So right now, they're just testing it on employees who gave permission to be part of the program
All right.
to see if it works the way they want it to. And here's how it works.
What's that?
Camera takes a picture of your face walking through the door, and it enters that face, your face, into a database.
Face bank.
And that pic can be used to identify you every time you walk through the door. It keeps a file on whatever the company using it wants to.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a potential for this.
Yeah.
The most logical reason for Wegmans to want to do this,
Well, first of all, getting ripped off.
you got to shoplifters.
And then also how you shop.
Okay,
what you're
so
buying.
Let's start with the shoplifters. We'll get into that in a second. So, they want to keep shoplifters who have been caught out after the first time they've been shoplifting. But there are other concerns, which you kind of touched on here. We'll get to in a second. Now, Wegmans says this pilot program in New York City with these identification cameras is only going to last 60 days. And they say they're doing it to keep stores safe, but they don't really get into other than shoplifting.
What they're going to do with the information.
Yes.
They're going to ascertain from your mug.
Who taught you ascertain?
Yeah, it was the word of the day yesterday in my dictionary thing.
By the way, they say all the info collected in this pilot program will be deleted after a 60-day experiment. All right. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, are you cool shopping at a grocery store that wants to save your face?
So, yes, because I already thought they were doing it.
Yeah.
Because
no, I'm with them. I thought we talked about
No, we
it.
had people call and go, you know what I heard? It was never confirmed.
But I will say this. So, like, when you use, like, the check out yourself?
Yeah, self-checkout.
So you can look up.
Yeah.
You
You're
don't
on.
use the checkout.
Yeah, whatever you call it.
Well, you can check out yourself.
Get in that checkout yourself.
Self-scanning thing.
Yes.
So you're already, if you look
Yeah.
up, you're on a screen. You
Right.
can look at yourself while you're doing it.
Well, there's a difference between surveillance camera and
Yeah.
artificial intelligence.
No, but that was never there before. So I'm figuring, like, it's me standing right
Yeah.
there, not me walking in. It's almost like my portrait's right there. So I figured that's what they were doing with that then anyway. They already know what I look like.
So-
they know, it's all time-stamped, I'm sure.
But they're
Anyway,
not
we need better lighting because nobody ever looks. It's never a flattering image of yourself on those cameras.
I look really good in the Target ones. I don't know.
Really?
I kind of want to
always
get
look
that
up and
camera
like,
for a
whoa,
show.
God.
So I always figured they were doing it anyway. So yes, I thought. So yeah, I'm comfortable with it. And by the way, it's the future. I think this is how you're going to pay.
Okay, Kimmy.
Eventually, you will not pay with anything but your face.
Oh, bro, I'm paying for your face every day, man. Kimmy, are you cool with the grocery store that wants to save your face?
Yeah, at this point, I don't care. They have, if they wanted to grab what I look like, they have me on every angle of every camera in that
And they
store.
still can't find a good one.
No, I know what you're saying.
No, just to be clear, just so everybody understands,
Right.
it's not about them saving your picture. It's about them being able to identify you as a person
Right.
every time you walk through the door. So it's not like, oh, we may have a picture of this woman to like show you.
Yeah.
They will be able to save
No.
data based on your face.
And you had no control over it.
Yes, they can do what they want
Right.
with it. Yeah. And I mean, because I'm sure there will be fine print somewhere that says once you enter the store, it is what it is.
Your face
We
is
own
grass.
you.
So, in both of your heads, then, the potential benefits of the program outweigh the loss of privacy?
Yeah, I think so.
And that's understandable because we make those decisions every day, right? The convenience and safety of your cell phone, you exchange a ton of privacy to have that. Same with surveillance cameras, the technology in your car, where you work. And we're used to saying this doesn't affect me negatively, so what's the big deal? But there are ways
What's the blowback?
this could eventually negatively affect you, and you touched on it. Would you like to repeat the sentence you brought up a second
What's
ago?
the blowback?
Well, other than stopping shoplifting, There's a story on a website called newyork.eater.com. And no, it's not a picture of Tommy's mom. The website asked an interesting question.
What?
Could Wegmans, if they were to use these facial recognition cameras, eventually use them for dynamic pricing?
So when you say dynamic pricing,
that would be prices that change based on hours in the day, how crowded the stores are, or simply who is purchasing the product.
Because they know what I'll pay for it?
You got it.
How would that work, though?
So if Wegmans knows, based on how you've shopped in the past, that you are willing to spend more, in theory, they could charge you more for that product. And before you say that's crazy, it already happens online. If you go to search for, let's use a flight, for example, there's a reason why they tell you to, delete your cookies?
Okay.
Because it saves how many searches you've been doing, where you're trying to go, and it will raise the price based on money you've spent in the past.
But I don't see how Wegmans could pull that off when I walk in and see a price for something on a shelf.
Well, that's
if I see it on a grocery on a produce rack, that's the price. How would they change it on me?
How do you know there's going to be a price tag forever? You just said we're paying with our face. If I'm using an app to just boop and put stuff in my cart, which is actually the future,
nobody's going to buy anything unless they know the price of it.
Yeah,
I don't think that sounds like a load of crap.
I find it weird.
That's a scare tactic by you weirdos.
Oh, look, I don't know how to feel about this, to be honest with you. I don't really have a hard take.
I don't think they can pull that off.
I just find it funny how you go, I'm going to pay with my face a second ago, and the idea of dynamic pricing, because now you're scared. No, not
it doesn't matter. It's not practical. It's not practical. They can't institute it because why would you buy something not knowing the price? That's your theory.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to walk in and go, I don't know what this thing costs. I'll find out when I get to the register. Who shops like that? Nobody.
So people buy things ahead of time, right?
I'm talking about somebody in the store shopping.
I'm
gonna shop in the store. Let's just stick to my story for a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
I got a can of corn.
Sure.
It's 50 cents.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason they're going to charge me 75. How would that work?
Kimmy, have you ever done grocery delivery before?
No.
You haven't. All right. So there are families that do it now.
But you also get whacked on that anyway. You're paying a fee.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is, if they have my name along with my face and my information, like Amazon, like these airline places, if I'm not purchasing it in person, one, they could absolutely do that.
Okay, I'll give you that.
And two,
but they can't do it in store.
Two, as soon as physical price tags go away, this is capable. I'm telling you, man, you are giving people way too much credit to say, I'm not going to grab that can of corn if I don't know what the price is, because I can hold my phone up to it and it'll show me what the price is depending on who I am. Okay.
And if it's too high, you're not going to buy it. That's the other thing.
Would never do that to me.
Of course not. They're good people.
Wait, if the price is too high, you won't buy it?
Right.
Because there are other grocery stores that have lower prices. Mm-hmm. You don't shop there. You shop at Wegmans.
Yes, but...
And you have said in the past that it doesn't matter how high the prices get, you are loyal to Wegmans.
Yes.
So what were you saying? Sucker!
I don't know. Yeah.
I'm spitting on myself. I'm so sorry. I suckered you so hard,
It's
man.
so funny because, I feel like your loyalty to Wegmans is so strong that you're like, no, Wegmans would never do that.
He was panicking. He was in panic mode.
It's very rare that you're that passionate
but they're so nice to me. Not like here.
No, no, that's not going to happen. No, I'm going to go in store and it's not going to happen to me.
And I will give them my face.
Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Now, as we recap this here, again, we're talking about Wegmans. They're doing a pilot program in New York City where they're using facial recognition technology that can save people's faces and information for the next 60 days. They're only using employees that gave permission, but this is something, if it works, that they could roll out in all of their stores, right? And they say they're doing it for security, but there's a whole bunch of other uses that other stores have used it for that are a little bit scary. All of this being said, other than the security part of it, it's just speculation.
Yeah.
But we know that stores are capable of doing these things. It's just so weird to me.
Right.
No. I mean, yeah, they've done things a little bit shady in the past sometimes, but they wouldn't do it again.
They're not a shady operation.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the owner worth?
Oh, billions.
No, give me a number.
I don't know.
You don't know, do you?
Well, it's just because they're a private company.
There's private companies where the guy who owns the company will tell you what their net worth are.
Yeah, well, you know what? Danny Wegman doesn't like to show off his money.
No?
Likes to keep it nice and quiet.
I forget. What does he drive?
He's a standard Italian sports car.
And those shirts that he wears that are
very low key.
Subdued. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Frank. Hey, Frankie, how are you, buddy?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Yo,
good,
man.
Frank.
Oh my God, I'm having a good laugh here thinking about when we were kids, and we didn't have any money, but we wanted to buy something, and our parents would say, what are you going to do, buy it with your good looks? I think that files right in line with using face recognition. What goes around comes around. They predicted the future here.
Man, well, here's the problem. If we're buying it with your good looks, Tommy has been disqualified from this program.
Hey, listen, at least I agreed with the guy. I think that most of the time I'm like, Tommy's off the deep end, but you know what? I think he's on to something.
Well, you kind of already do. I mean, you kind of already do this. If you have Apple Pay on your phone.
You do it with your phone.
You can open it up with your face and then touch the thing. Frankie, let me ask you this. As we have this discussion and you hear all the pluses and negatives of a potential AI camera program, would you be comfortable shopping at a grocery store that wants to save your face?
You know, at the end of the day, I'm not in favor of having so much electronics, you know, and running our lives, but at the end of the day, we can't stop it. So if it does make my life maybe some sort of convenient with having 3 kids, shopping on the fly all the time, you know how it is, same as your boat.
Sure.
Is like, where if I came in and it was like, boom, hey, Frank's at the store, it's a Tuesday. He always buys ice cream and cookies and whatever else.
This is Fat Frank.
You're having yourself a Tuesday, Frank.
That's a Fat Frank.
He's got 3 kids. Let him be, man.
That was last night, actually. That was Thursday. I had to change out of my Bill's underwear to go to the Wegmans at freaking 8:30 at night with the oldest daughter because we had to get cookies and cream. But
okay,
I'm like,
I get it.
So maybe I could have shot him a screenshot.
So you're in. You're in with it, Frankie. You're cool with it.
Everybody's in.
I am. And I mean, listen, you already go to the airport, don't you?
You do, but there's not a competing airport I could go to that doesn't have TSA. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I mean, Wegmans is the most dominant thing anyways, and if there's something that was wholesome and hometown to us that we feel like their family being diehards, you know, I worked there when I was 13.
Sure, I did too.
I feel comfortable, you know, I don't know, I guess it's the way of the future. I don't like it so much. I'm a little on the older school side, but I mean, we do this every day with our phones and everything else. But, I mean, what happens when it's the day you put too much makeup on and it doesn't recognize you?
Well, Kimmy doesn't have that problem.
Frankie, I got to take some more calls, but thank you for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. It is funny something he said.
What's that?
Because we do have a bond with Wegmans, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's your birthright in Rochester to eventually work at Wegmans for a little while.
Mm.
Like
and your Wegmans becomes like your second home.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we look at them as a local company, and they are, right? But, like, you know, not a lot of mom and pop places want to save your face. You know what I mean? Like, I trust them with my information and my face. Welcome to Frank's General Store. Stand right there while I'll save your face. Let's talk to Albert. Hey, Albert, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. How y'all doing today?
Good, man. What do you got?
Well, I guess I didn't hear all of Frankie's call, but I think I kind of agree with him about how I'm not 100% comfortable with it, but it is the way of the future. It's coming, and we got to kind of deal with it. But what I was calling to talk about was, like, I've done shopping before, and I know a lot of people who shop and don't really look at prices. They just get it because they need it.
Tommy is that guy.
Yeah,
Tommy does
is.
not look at a single price tag. But go on, Albert.
Uh-huh. And then I think you guys were making a point about shopping online like Amazon and stuff like that. So I've been on Amazon with one of my siblings, with one of my sisters, and we were looking at a gift for one of their kids or something like that. And the price that I was looking at was more than the price that they were looking at. And we were looking at the exact same item by the exact same seller, same product and everything. And I was like, why are there 2 different prices? You know, I couldn't figure it out. Now I know why. I never heard of dynamic pricing, but I guess that's a thing too.
Yeah, but write it down. It's the only smart thing we're ever going to tell you.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. And, you know, maybe you can't personalize it with these AI things, right? Like, we know who comes through. But, Tommy, let's say that they can identify when guys like you and I, if we are looking for specific items, what hours and time and day they come in.
Yeah.
Well, they can raise the price that day.
What?
I mean, look, we talked about Wendy's. They were toying with the idea, at least according to reports, of raising the prices of their food for both the lunch and dinner rushes.
Okay.
Remember, a digital board where the price would change, and they got so much blowback from it.
Because they got caught.
They backed off of it. And I also love the argument here of, you know, it's just a matter of time before it comes. No, look, if you're comfortable exchanging this, I understand.
Well, the future's coming, baby, whether you like it or not.
No, but it doesn't have to, because there will be places that don't do this. There will be places that can't afford to do this. And if you decided this is a bridge too far for you, and if enough people did, and we said, okay, we're going to start shopping at those places, and this is the reason why, it wouldn't happen.
That logic only works for a little while. because eventually everybody will have to do this to stay in business, and they'll make it affordable for the mom and pops to do this too. Because now Apple Pay is everywhere now, where little stores couldn't afford it before. Okay. Now everybody does Apple Pay because they figured out how to do it so Apple could get all the money.
So you're telling me Frank from Frank's General Store is going to save my face?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Frankie's going to have your face, baby. And God knows what little Frankie's going to do with it at night when you ain't looking.
Let's take one more call. 252-WCMF. Again, Wegmans has started a facial recognition pilot program in one of their stores in New York City. They're trying it with employees that have volunteered. Ooh. And long story short, when you walk through...
I like employees. Want to keep your job? Come over here.
No, wait, you just told me that Wegmans would never do anything like
that. No. Yeah, absolutely.
You walk through the front door, they take a picture of your face, it saves it, it can save data, and Wegmans says they need it for security. Again, this is just a pilot program. No word on whether or not they're going to do it, but there are several concerns. Let's talk to Brandon. He's got the last word. Brandon, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. I just want to prove Duffy's point. They can do this right now today.
Ooh.
2 examples. Aldi and Kohl's have the price that changes automatically, right?
Yep.
Have you seen those screens?
The digital price tag.
I thought Aldi's was cheap.
It detects Tommy's phone with NFC technology, and it gives you the price right there.
So what's interesting about that is I thought about that, but I didn't want to bring that up as an argument because, Brandon, what if you have 2 people with different profiles standing next to it at the same time?
Yeah, my wife and I go to Aldi's together.
Well, AI will make that decision. It'll take the price.
It's going to decide for you. Okay, go ahead, Brandon. I'm sorry. Keep going.
No, I'm saying AI will do it.
Gotcha. Okay.
AI will pick the person who's willing to pay more.
Who's dumb now, you dumber man?
Well, that's another reason I don't go to Aldi's.
No,
Yep.
I think you missed the point.
I got you.
Yeah, it exists today.
All right, so Brandon, with that being said, would you be comfortable going to a grocery store that has this technology?
Yes, if it was convenience.
Okay, so you're willing to sacrifice even the higher prices potentially for the convenience of it?
If I can get in and out of the store and not get my ID checked, like if you do self-checkout, that's great. But if you're trying to buy a pack of Jenny, you got to wait for someone to come over and check your ID and all that crap. If I can get in and out, yeah.
All right.
Otherwise, I'll go to public market.
Brandon, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
He's going to the public market.
I'm telling you, man, you can save a fortune buying groceries at the public market.
But you got to schlub and schlep.
You mean like to a place where they are selling
outside?
Everything
it's freezing ass cold.
Well, you go in the
location.
summer.
Here's my basket of fruit.
Yeah.
Thank you, kind sir.
Why would you not?
I'm going to take my fruit home and feed my family.
Do you not?
Because it's the 1930s.
Do you not want to support local farmers?
I want to support.
With no middleman?
Wegmans buys from local farms.
No middleman.
Oh, there's a middleman. You don't think they pay a markup to have those stalls there?
Yeah, that $50. Okay, I'm not.
Yeah. That fried bologna don't pay for itself.
Let's take a break. Wegmans is we talked about how it's a local standard. It's also an advertising juggernaut, right? They know what we like. They know how to advertise. They know how to bring us in. There are smaller businesses that don't have the budgets or know-how with advertising.
Yeah, the little guy.
For example, this.
Whatever.
When I tell you what I saw on the side of the road.
Side of the road? They were selling something?
No, it's not that they were selling. It's an advertisement.
Oh.
And it's got to be the worst advertisement of all time. And who the hell is spending money or even checking this out? We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You always got to look out for a deal, Tommy.
Oh, yeah, man. Got to save that money.
And a lot of the big companies we give money to, the only reason their stuff is so expensive is because all of the money they spend advertising back to us.
Yeah.
So using that logic, going with this would be a slam dunk. The only problem is
What's that?
all you get here is a phone number.
What do you mean?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Do you guys use internet in your house?
I mean, well, yeah.
Okay. So, if I'm not mistaken, in our area, Spectrum and Greenlight are the only two internet
Those are
options.
the big ones.
Yeah, okay. Greenlight, not even everywhere yet.
That's the Golisano line.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have some good news.
What's the good news?
Well, there could be a new Wi-Fi option for folks out
So
there.
there'll be a third party.
I'm driving down West Henrietta Road a few days ago, and I'm at the intersection at Calkins where 13 Wham Studios are.
Yeah.
And as I'm sitting at the red light, there's a sign. It's in the yard just outside of 13 Wham.
Yeah.
And it's a white lawn sign. And it's handwritten in Sharpie marker.
Okay.
And what does it say?
It says, new internet, and it's got a phone number written underneath.
So you just call up, hello, sir, I'd like me some internet.
You call up the handwritten sign,
Okay.
and you
So somebody that doesn't own a printer, obviously.
you get new internet. Now, we can only assume here this is someone trying to sell you home internet with a handwritten sign on a white background in Sharpie. But there isn't the name of a company.
Or what the deal is.
Nope, there isn't a website or a Facebook page I can go to. This person, whoever put that there, thinks the phone number is enough to get people to make a move.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you a question.
What?
Home internet's expensive. We all know that. Would either of you make that call just based on the sign? No?
Oh, just because you want to hear what they have to pitch you?
Well, I mean, look, internet is expensive.
Yeah.
Let's say you...
Yeah, but it's probably jive-ass crap internet.
Well, yeah, but that's the name of the company, but it doesn't mean it's bad.
Yeah,
So
because if
is he running a wire to my house?
And if it's too cheap, I'm automatically suspicious.
You know, it sucks. Anything cheap like that's going to suck.
Or they're stealing all of your information.
Yeah.
No. I mean, look, there are people that figure things out. I mean, like, America...
Yeah, they're called billionaires and they own rockets.
I'll let some other people catch on to this first, and then I'll see how it goes.
By the way, that guy's never figured anything out. He just keeps buying things that other people invent.
But it works.
No, but the point I'm making is, like, the most famous business owners of all time started with an idea and they undercut their competition.
Okay.
Right?
But usually they're not as hokey as a homemade sign on West Henrietta Road.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Sorry.
What if 252-WCMF 252-9263, you see this sign, new internet, written in Sharpie with a phone number on the side of the road, and you heard from a friend that, oh, yeah, I actually went with them, and I get home internet for half of what I was paying per month. Would you give them a call?
So word of mouth advertising.
You got it. But based solely on the sign, you bring up the sign, the stupid thing that I saw. No, I called the number, and I'm paying half for my internet every month.
I mean, maybe something like that, but
So you would, okay.
But then I got to... Plus, the other thing, I hate switching crap in general because it's such a pain in the ass.
Okay.
Like every time my wife goes,
Like if it means somebody has to come to your house and do
or
something.
we got to go someplace, or we got to turn some crap in, or I got to unplug this and watch this video. I don't want to do any of that. Like I
such a sucker.
No, I'm kind of with them. Like I will pay more just to keep what I got going on.
Because my wife likes to change. Like she'll see a deal. Let's get a new cell phone. Okay. Well, we got to go together.
Got to change your number.
We got to sit there. It's an hour and a half.
I love how...
And then it's too much.
Everyone bitches about how expensive everything is, and then both of you go, yeah, well, I don't want to change things.
I don't.
I know the prices come down. Oh, I'm paying more. I'm just lazy.
Well, and I also just assume because I've been burned when I change stuff, like thinking it's going to be cheaper, and then eventually like that becomes just as expensive.
Yeah.
So
they jack it up.
Maybe you save for a short period of time, but I don't know how much in the long run.
They jerk it and they jack you, man. It's crazy.
They do the old jerkin' jack?
Bro, they jerkin' and a jackin'.
Jackin' and a jerkin'. So what's strange about this Wi-Fi sign with the phone number on it, handwritten in Sharpie marker in front of the 13 Wham Studios that says new internet? It's not a unique phenomenon. Because every once in a while, you'll see lawn signs for cell phone deals, home insurance of companies you never heard for. There were a few people for years, and you remember this, Tommy, that would drive around with big square magnets on their cars that said, like, ask me about cheap satellite TV.
Yeah.
They had big buttons, like when you'd walk into, like, the grocery store. I've always wondered, did anyone actually ask those people about cheap satellite TV?
I'm sure they did, but where are they now?
252-WCMF.
They're dead.
Has anyone ever used any of those products? Because the fact is, low-end low-end advertising doesn't necessarily mean low-end product, and we have examples of it.
All right, give me a low-end.
You got to start somewhere.
Yes. You brought up word-of-mouth advertising. There are two very, very successful businesses that got their start that way.
All right.
We talked about Aldi's in the last break, the grocery store. They are no frills. They have what they have.
Yeah, they're base.
They don't really advertise, and they don't use celebrity endorsements. They started their grocery store on word-of-mouth advertising, but their stuff is really good. Some of their products, as Kimmy knows, has a cult following.
Oh, yeah.
And because of that, they charge less for their products. And Kimmy, you shop there.
Yeah.
There's a company that women Kimmy's age and younger would know called Lush. You know Lush, right, Kimmy?
Lush?
No.
Okay.
Like a drunk?
It's a cosmetics retailer.
Right.
I believe there's one in Eastview.
Oh,
Are they still around?
I think so.
Oh.
Whether or not, yeah, they are because they just did some big thing a couple of weeks ago.
I just thought other ones overtook that one.
Okay,
you know
look.
what I mean?
But here's the thing, like, those things you're talking about, I can actually put my hands on.
Sure.
The internet, I can't.
You're right. But Aldi's and this company, Lush especially, relies solely on word-of-mouth advertising. In fact, last year, Lush completely shut down all of their social media accounts.
Why?
Because they were getting such good reviews from the people just going into their stores, they didn't find it necessary.
Oh. Just with those hand-painted signs by Channel 13?
I guess. I mean, I don't know.
Come to Lush, you Lush.
I'm dying to know who this person is, and I want to know if anybody has even placed a phone call, let alone paid them for this.
Because I can't imagine what that phone call would go like. Because it just sounds so slipshod.
How do I know what to listen
Ask.
for where I'm like, how can they convince me this isn't a scam?
Like, what do I do with my equipment? What equipment do I have to get from you?
Okay, I mean, I'm sure they're going to explain it to you.
How are you running a line to my house to get internet?
I mean, it's all of
Hey,
these
if
are
you
valid
have internet,
questions.
why aren't you advertising like on social media and
Because
stuff?
they're a startup.
I can remember for a while
Better
when there
than
was
a handwritten sign, though.
But there's like things I could never wrap my head around because I remember for a while they wanted you to, instead of going with RG&E, you could pick your power provider.
Yes, yeah.
I never understood how that worked because like, who am I buying this from? If RG&E put all this equipment here, how are you putting in your equipment or do I pay you?
Well, how does Fairport get their stuff?
So they had their own power company.
I understand, but do they use does RG&E
I
and
don't know.
Fairport use that? That's what I mean.
I know, but they didn't explain it that way. They just say like, "Hey, RG&E, well, you could pick this guy, or that guy."
Understood.
I'm like, man, I'm not switching all that crap out because to Kimmy's point, next thing you know, man, I'm getting brownouts and I got to light candles.
Isn't a brownout normal for you on a Saturday night?
I've had a few brownouts, yeah, man. They're not fun. You know, they hurt.
I guess I could see
I
exploring.
was talking alcohol.
No, but I'm walking around, bumping into things.
I guess
And for some reason, my rectum's sore.
For God's sakes, man.
That's what I said when I sat down.
What you were saying.
I don't know.
It's like a cherry lifesaver down there.
But it's brown.
Not that part.
Would you eat a brown lifesaver?
Not again.
Just kidding. What were you saying?
I could see exploring an unknown option like this if you were just really, really unhappy with your service, and maybe you've switched around a couple things and nothing's ever really worked for you.
But
like,
that's
I could
desperation.
But that's what that's
busted.
the reason I guess I would look into it. Not so much because I think it's cheaper, but maybe I'm just done with whatever I have going on. It's not working. I need to try the next option.
On 252 WCMF, I'm driving home the other day, Calkins Road and West Henrietta Road. There was a stoplight. It's out in front of 13 Wham, and out in front of the 13 Wham studios on like what is the proper word of the grass between the road and the sidewalk?
The easement.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to go with Garrison.
No, that's a garage.
The garage.
That's a European garage.
It's a sign. It is just a white board in Sharpie marker.
Yeah.
It says Wi-Fi. Or I'm sorry, I wrote down what it said, but it had a phone number underneath it. There was no frills, no nothing. Handwritten inside, it said new internet. I'm sorry, new internet.
But no pricing, nothing.
Nothing at all. No website, no Facebook page, just a phone number,
Call
new
this
internet.
guy.
Do you just not trust people you know trying to sell you on anything?
Wait, you don't trust people you know?
Well, okay, like multi-level marketing culture has ruined any friend that reaches out to you with a way to save money. Because, like, look, again, people that have started businesses have started these businesses pitching to friends.
Yeah.
Right? I would imagine that Microsoft, when it started in that garage building stuff, they were selling it to people they know. But we're at the point now where if a friend reaches out to you with a, hey, I can do this for you cheaper, hey, I got an opportunity, you always assume that's some kind of scam, right?
Yeah, usually. Unless they can show me the results.
Oh, no, I got a presentation if you'd sit down.
Oh, I'd love to.
My dad was really good at this because he's got phone cards he's looking to sell you.
So he was doing that multi-level long-distance service?
Yes. So if you tune into this week's episode of Let's Go Duffalo on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast, you will hear the story of how my father fell for 2 separate pyramid schemes in the 1990s.
But the 90s was full of that stuff.
But it got all you suckers.
Yes,
how
it
many
did.
of those pitches did you have to sit through with all your buddies?
Bro, how about when you worked with people that were doing it? It was horrible. From Amway on up.
So that's got to be why we don't trust any of this stuff. I mean, other than the slipshod whiteboard Sharpie new internet. Look at this new one, not like the old internet. 252 WCMF. We'll take one call before we move on here. Let's talk to Johnny. Hey, Johnny, how are you, buddy?
What if this guy's the next Tom Golisano of Rochester? Didn't Tom start with a cardboard sign that said paychecks? You gotta crap on this guy. You never know.
Valid point, Johnny.
Are you gonna invest with him?
Hell no. But I don't even know how to get a hold of him.
I don't even know how Tom Golisano got started.
With a cardboard sign that said paychecks
With a cardboard sign.
He didn't start with a cardboard sign.
Bro, he stood on the interloop. Cars driving by with a big...
dressed as the Statue of Liberty, spinning a sign.
All right, Johnny, I'll ask you this. Would you call this number to see if the internet is
call
cheaper?
up.
Not a chance.
Okay.
Why?
Never know.
Never know, but I don't want to get involved.
Are you listening for a young voice on the other end or an old guy voice?
Ooh, definitely young. Yeah.
Right, so you want a young
give me some like
punk-ass.
RIT student trying to start this.
So Johnny gets ripped off by a 15-year-old kid.
Yeah, I'm going to invest in this company. Send me the guy's number. I'll call him right now.
You got it. I'm on it, Johnny. Thanks
I'm
for
in
the
an
call.
investment company. He's calling a radio station at 9 o'clock in the morning. How's it going?
That's why, because he's invested so well. He's got time, baby. He's just working the markets. Let's take a break. It's surprising that this many people agree they are not D's behind the wheel of their car.
Oh.
But even this number is too high, because I know a man in this room who will say, yes, I'm absolutely one of these, despite the fact that we have evidence recently to the contrary. And we'll get to it next here at the break room on CMF. maybe this shows that some of us are becoming more self-aware.
Oh.
But it doesn't mean that people aren't lying in this thing, because I'm positive that one man will think he is this behind the wheel of a car, despite the fact that over the last 3 weeks we may have discovered different.
Well, come on, man. It was such a low ticket.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Mike Danger and Ryan Duffy.
RD's coming in?
Both of them. They're all coming in to recap Tommy's picks. It's a Football Friday, recapping a Tommy Tells It Like It Is in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. A new study shows only 6 in 10 Americans say they are responsible and obedient drivers. Kimmy, it's surprising that the number's that low based on this was just a self-reported study, because I would have thought that everybody thinks they're...
Yeah. But maybe they think they're a good driver because sometimes they break the rules.
Okay. Like, that being said, despite the fact that 40% of Americans have, at least a piece of them are now self-aware, there's no way that 60% of Americans are responsible and obedient drivers.
Well, they follow the rules.
That would be obedient.
It could also just be people willing to admit that they don't, do the speed limit. They speed sometimes. That doesn't necessarily mean they don't think they're a good driver.
Well, that wouldn't be obedient, though, because you're not doing the speed limit.
But I'm saying that's why if people can admit to themselves that they speed, then they wouldn't consider themselves an obedient driver.
Okay, I'm still going to say 60% when you look at the actual
It's
number.
not. Did you
it's
think it's
way
way too
higher
high?
than it actually is. And I'll give you an example. Tommy, are you a responsible and obedient driver?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I follow the rules, Patrick.
You've gotten 3
I don't make exceptions.
You've gotten 3 tickets in the last 3 weeks.
Okay, but that was a scamola
Not a scam.
entrapment.
Not a scam. For those who don't know,
Witch hunt.
Tommy in 3 weeks has gotten 3 construction camera speeding tickets.
Which means I am done with the interstate system in this country.
Again, you boycotting it only helps the interstate system because it's less wear and tear and less traffic. I don't know who you think that is going to notice and be like, we got to fix this, not a
I
problem.
love how he thinks there's never going to be construction on his new way home.
This is awesome.
So the only time I shirk the laws is overnight.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You roll through red lights, too.
No, it's called after hours rules, and I look
Not a
around.
real
There's
thing.
nobody around.
Okay.
I roll
Till there
through stop
is.
signs and traffic signs, but I look around.
So just to be clear, the only time you, as you quote, shirk the law is overnight, except when you break the law as caught by camera and sent to your house 3 times in the last 3 weeks.
I will always stand behind my driving record.
Okay, yes.
I've been driving since I was 15,
Uh-huh.
and only 7 fatalities.
Okay, so you are not, based on the definition, a responsible and obedient
Okay,
driver, but
but
you're
I'm
sitting here
pretty
arguing
good.
you are. No, that's not the response.
How many hatchbacks have I blown out in my lifetime? I'll tell you, 3.
He did it again.
3 hatchbacks.
These are 3 fingers.
Oh yeah, they are.
These, not these.
Oh yeah, they 3 really nice.
Those are, again, still 5. Still 5 fingers you're showing everybody. 252 WCMF. All right, so if we hear Tommy Muley arguing he is a legitimate, responsible, and obedient driver despite
But
everything
I'm a good
we know,
guy on the road.
I'm not saying you're not a
I
good guy.
wave people in.
Because, look, I mean, I will admit that I'm not an obedient driver. I think I'm responsible, but I do go over the speed limit every once in a while.
It's almost impossible not to.
But that makes me not obedient.
All right, so you'd have to be like Christ on a cross, perfect.
Yes, responsible and obedient.
That's 0 people.
Do you consider yourself a responsible and obedient human?
I think I'm pretty good.
Pah! In life?
Yes. I think in life I'm a good person.
Really?
I'm going to heaven.
You don't believe in heaven.
Yeah.
You're agnostic.
Since when?
I'm going as Christian Dance +1.
Okay. Good luck on that.
No, I think I'm a good person.
Okay, but
What have I done bad to anybody?
All right, let's put aside the fact that you aren't actually a good person. We're not even talking
Just
about
because
good...
I say mean things.
No, I mean, look, we've only got till 10 o'clock. I don't have the time to go through the list of reasons why you're not a good person. But I'm not even saying good. I'm saying responsible and obedient. You're also not that.
No, you do break the rules.
All the time.
You cut corners.
But what do you mean, like in life in general?
Everything, every aspect of your life, you are not responsible, nor are you obedient.
I think I'm good now. As a kid,
Is there a job that you've had that you didn't steal something?
I don't think I've stolen anything from this place.
Stop
it.
Shut up.
What have I stolen from here?
As soon as I got here, that's when I decided to change my ways. In the most wide open, everyone does stuff illegal business in America.
I never did coke.
Okay.
But that wasn't around when I started.
You were getting drunk on the show on a regular basis.
Yeah, but the bosses were cool with that.
No, they weren't, actually.
They didn't fire me.
Oh, yeah, because they didn't know you were doing it. You were hiding booze
We
in a
have
closet.
rules today. We have like Tommy rules today.
Like what?
Rules implemented because you worked here for decades.
The FCC changed the rules about being allowed to be drunk on air while you were doing that.
Okay, I've
The
only been.
Federal
What a
Communications.
coincidence.
All right, so I've been 31 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've only been sued 3 times.
Okay.
And I haven't been sued recently in a decade. That's a decade of no suing.
And by the way, I'd knock on wood if I were you, man. You don't want to jinx
Who's
anything.
suing my ass now?
Bro, what Kimmy's got to deal with on a daily basis?
Don't say anything.
That's what
man.
I'm saying. Shut up.
You know why people get in trouble?
Why is
Because of big mouth goody two shoes like you, they got to point things out.
But I'm admitting I'm not a goody
I mean,
two-shoes.
no, you do though, because like you go, even I occasionally had to go to the speed limit. You know, if I have to get my daughter to the car. I had to put my
That's
nap.
different than being responsible and obedient.
No, but
I
you
admit.
brag about how angelic you think you are.
Really? Hey, what?
And no angel would look like you.
Oh, no? Man, that's got to be really annoying, huh? Tell me about your grandson. Oh, my God. We go to the park together now, and I took him to playtime, and I got him all these cool
You should see him go down the
I got a
slide.
mega plane, bro.
Wow.
And a Hess truck.
Wow, a Hess truck. So you're going to give it to him in 1993?
All right, it's cool. He don't know.
No, I hear a lot of young kids get really excited about a
Grandpa,
truck
what's Hess?
for a company that doesn't exist anymore. Hey, you're going to get him a TWA plane, too?
They make those?
Nope.
I would want one of those.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, it's retro. You guys are all retro.
Retro!
It's retro, like your stupid beard.
Retro!
Hey, look at me. I'm a lumberjack driving a Honda.
We have degraded to both of us doing voices back and forth to each other, which means it's time to take a break. Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan, and for the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
RD's here?
Folks have been trying to guess on the live stream what Ryan will be dressed as today, what his character will be. Kimmy, you said the number one guess was...
A horse.
He's coming dressed as a horse. If you want to check out what Ryan is doing today, you can log on to our live stream, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch, The Break Room WCMF. We get into a Football Friday. We do it next here in The Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. Bills, Colts, 1 o'clock Sunday, live right here on 96.5 WCMF. But, Tommy, let's say you want to watch the game.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You do
I love that. But I want some entertainment.
Oh, yeah, I got you, bro.
What a funny boy.
One super cool, funny hombre.
Dance for me, joke monkey.
I'm going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room at Chi-Li.
Wow, on a cheat day with exercise Pat.
What did you have when you were there last week?
I drink my lunch.
Other than a bunch of disappointed people? You didn't drink nothing.
I left my liver there, boy.
Bitch. Yeah, because your body's so old it actually falls out
No,
sometimes.
I actually did. If anybody's seen it, I would like it back.
Come hang out with me at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li Sunday, 1 o'clock for this Bills-Colts game. Joining us here in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF, as they do every week. Our good buddy from 95.7 The Fan. You can catch him 3 to 6 every weekday on the Sports Bar, Mike Danger.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Good. And also joining us.
Jesus. Can I say, I was really racking my brain. Like, what's Ryan? I know everybody wanted to know, like, what's Ryan going to do for Indianapolis?
It's all Rochester's talking about.
I have the horse mask. I could have given you the horse mask. We didn't go with the horse mask.
So the live stream was guessing this morning he was going to come in as a horse. If you are not on the live stream right now, you can get on that, WCMF.com, the Odyssey app, YouTube and Twitch, The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads is re-releasing their Nighthawk Hazy IPA. Look for it at the Blue Cross Arena, all events and stores and on tap. Ryan, how are you, buddy?
Hey, pals. I'm doing great. How are you guys doing? What a wonderful Friday we got going on here. I thought to myself,
Indianapolis is known as the Circle City. So, like, Ryan could have just shown up today.
Oh!
Oh, boy. Oh, man, you guys are funny. You're really ribbing each other. I like this. This is great.
Ryan is Midwest Ryan.
Yes.
Indiana Ryan.
Yes.
He is wearing, you want to describe his outfit?
He looks like every guy at a Hoosier game. He's happy.
Uh-huh.
He's chubby.
Yep.
And, like, nothing bothers him. And if it does, you'd never know it. Mm-hmm. He could either be the greatest guy in the world or he could go home and kill his entire family. It's the same face.
Oh, reminds me of what I said to my kids this morning.
What's
you know
that?
What I said?
What?
I said, who's your daddy?
He's even got the Midwest laugh.
Yes, he did. He's wearing a flannel
shirt. You guys
shirt.
are funny.
Flannel shirt, glasses. He's got his mustache. He's got a dad hat on. And
he's got dad everything.
What does your T-shirt say?
Oh, my T-shirt says, tell your folks I says hi.
All right, let's get into this game. Danger, you look at the side-by-side of these two teams, and the Bills should roll over this team. But as we'll get into with some of these picks, we got injury issues at wide receiver and big time right now.
Yeah, I look at Indianapolis and I think, didn't we just play this team a couple of weeks ago? They were called the Seattle Seahawks. Indianapolis, to me, feels like the Seahawks of the AFC. They're a 4-5 team. They're kind of inconsistent, old journeyman quarterback. You have stars, but you don't really know how to use them, or you don't use them the way you think you would use them. So I will get into it more, obviously, but Indianapolis, to me, feels very much like what the Bills had to go up against in Seattle a couple weeks ago.
Okay, that being said, with Bills fans confident walking into this game, Ryan, every year the Bills have what we call a holy crap, I can't believe we lost it game. He looks like the mascot from Rinky Dink Miniature Golf with that stupid face, that beaver. Groundhog.
No, he looks like Bucky.
Yes, Bucky from the Bucky's gas station.
You guys. Oh, man, you guys are funny. No wonder you guys have your own radio show.
Are the injuries in the Bills wide receiver corps, Keon Coleman with his wrist, Amari Cooper with his wrist, we don't know if either of them are going to be able to go. Do those concern you for the Bills on Sunday?
I mean, all kinds of injuries worry me. You know, it's the same reason why eggs don't tell jokes. You know why eggs don't tell jokes?
Why is that?
Because they crack up. Big eggs and cracking. Yeah, no, of course, but at the same time, I just hope everyone has fun.
All right.
Oh, God, my chest hurts.
Tommy, good. I hope you're dying. I hate every minute of this segment every week. Tommy made his picks this morning. He's coming off a 1-4 week last week. Let's get to Tommy's first pick here in the break room on CMF. Over under 1/2 a touchdown from Dalton Kincaid.
Well, the kid's got to step up.
He doesn't
you
have to.
You have to in this
every
league.
Week.
Every week, every play, you must step up.
If he has to step up, why hasn't he stept up and had two touchdowns every week?
This is his day to step up. It's Dalton Day.
They're calling on Dalton.
Indy. Calling all Daltons.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, he's not listening.
I heard you. You
Okay,
said Dalton.
You said the word Dalton in there.
That's all it took.
Okay.
Kimmy, can we? I should have looked this up. Can we get just real quick how many touchdowns Dalton Kincaid has so far this season? He's got them all. No, he doesn't.
He got all he deserves.
He's got them all. When the end zone catch the ball.
He has
two touchdowns.
Oh, so he's due. This kid is due.
Okay, so then over under.
He is Hoosier due, baby. Hoosier due, baby.
All right. So to be clear, you are over 1/2 a touchdown from Dalton.
He's got to step up if he wants to be the man.
Okay. We just discussed the wide receiver injuries danger. You got to put the ball somewhere. Over under 1/2 a touchdown from Dalton Kincaid.
So he's Josh Allen has thrown 2 touchdowns to his tight ends the last 2 weeks. Quentin Morris last week, and then Dalton Kincaid in that Seattle game. And I just got done saying how I think Indianapolis is like the Seattle.
I like where this is going, buddy.
NFC. I'm going to go ahead and take the over. I think Dalton Kincaid finds the end zone.
I smell a sweep over.
Let's turn to Indiana Ryan. You know, for the seeds, for Dawson Knox having kind of a disappointing season again, he's still catching. I think he's got the same amount of touchdown catches as Dalton Kincaid. Over under 1/2 a touchdown from Dalton Kincaid.
I mean, I would hope so. You know, I got to think, you've got to feel pretty embarrassed. Probably as embarrassed as a tomato. You know why the tomato is embarrassed?
Well, why?
Because he saw the salad dressing. Like he's getting dressed. But, I definitely think I'm going to take the over on this one too, friends. I think he's due. You guys are great. Oh, man, I love being with you guys. You guys are a good time. No wonder. Wow, you guys really rib each other. I like that. I've been known to cut it up,
All right, so that's sweet. Everybody, let's get to our second pick.
All right.
Here from Tommy Tells It Like It Is on CMF. Over under 80 yards rushing for Colts running back Jonathan Taylor.
But if that's all they got as a weapon, they should be able to zero in on it.
Yeah, but, I mean.
And Flacco sucks.
Flacco does not suck.
Well,
bro, that dude is. If this kid's old, Flacco's got to be ancient.
He's 39, and Flacco
he is, but I don't know. Every now and then, like he looks like he's still got it.
He ain't got
sometimes.
the gas in the tank.
Okay, look, man.
But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Your argument that that's their only weapon potentially on Sunday is a valid argument. But the Bills, again, their biggest deficiency this season might be the ability to stop the run.
You don't think they've been working on this all week? What else they doing?
What were they doing the week before when they played the Dolphins?
That's a great question. Ask the coach.
What were they doing before they played Baltimore?
Well, you couldn't stop that guy.
You can. In fact, last night.
Some people have figured it out.
Yeah, I mean.
He still got almost 90 yards.
They've lost 3 times. Over under. 80 yards rushing for Colts running back Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, he ain't getting no 80.
We'll turn to Indiana Ryan, or as he's being called on Twitter right now, Faxel Rose. I forgot he was from Indiana. That's a good one.
Oh, I did not know that.
Oh, boy. You guys are brutal. Oh, man.
Ryan,
I tell you.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor, running back for the Colts, is averaging 83 yards rushing a game. He's gone over in 4 of the 6 games he's played, gone over 80 yards. Over under 80 yards rushing for Colts running back Jonathan Taylor.
Oh, boy. I got to say, this Jonathan Taylor, he's a scary guy. He's really torn up the Bills the last couple times he's played them. The Bills' rushing defense hasn't been great. They really got to get organized, Kind of like how you organize a space party. You know how you organize a space party?
How do you do that?
You plan it. Planet, like solar system. Nah, I'm going to take the over on this one.
Danger.
Turned on me already.
Yeah, I'm serious.
Well, it's because he's from Minnesota.
He is every guy I grew up with at this age. He is nailing it. If you got me in a room with people I went to high school with at our age now, it's Ryan. It's all Ryan.
Oh, you're good. I like you. You're a nice guy. You're too kind.
Danger, as Indiana Ryan brought up, Jonathan Taylor, every time he sees the Bills, goes off. And it's not even like it's McDermott's defense, too. Like, for some reason, they have a hard time stopping him. Add to the fact that the Bills are devastated at D-line. They signed 2 veterans who have played with the team on and off for the last 5 years. May not be enough. Over under 80 yards rushing for Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, and Sean McDermott talked about this week. I mean, it starts with that push up front, and you get 2 guys You pick up two guys that you're familiar with, guys that are familiar with this defense this week to kind of bolster that up, add a little bit of depth, and help you out in the rotation because they have gotten gashed in the run game. But there have also been games like 2 weeks ago against Seattle where they were able to stop a guy like Kenneth Walker, who's a younger version of Jonathan. I think Jonathan Taylor, that 5-touchdown game that he had against the Bills, everybody remembers it, and it's still kind of like we have scar tissue from that one. He got paid because of that game. I don't think he's as good as he was back then. Obviously, he's gotten older.
Oh man, what I said?
I'm going under. I'm going under. I don't think they have. I don't know that they have two bad performances in the run defense in a row, and especially with McDermott addressing it the way he did this week when he was speaking to the media. He can't show up and let Jonathan take. That's the one guy you eliminate from their game plan.
I don't like that. Everybody agrees today. I don't like any of this.
No, Ryan took.
No, I understand, but we're not paying attention to Ryan's picks. Nobody's paying attention.
Oh, brutal.
So it all goes back to Seattle, baby.
Well, no,
that's where your answers are.
So why didn't you bring that up this morning? Why did it take Danger to bring
He opened up my eyes.
Oh, did he?
Yes. I'm not listening to inbred butter over here, but
inbred butter. Inbred butter.
Boy. Oh man, you're funny.
Recap it. Tommy tells it like it is here at the Breaker on CMF. We have from 95.7 The Fan. You can catch him every weekday 3 to 6. Mike Danger on the Sports Bar. He's here with us. Also joining us from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Indiana Ryan this week. Let's get to our third pick from Tommy. I can't do this anymore here on CMF. Over under 1/2 an interception for this Bills
you
D.
can't tell me this cataract glaucoma quarterback has got any kind of accuracy left.
You're talking about the cataract kid? No, literally, that's what he's living on because I just told you he's thrown 7 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. That is accuracy.
Yeah, but it's not a lot.
Not a lot.
Josh
of
has got more than he does.
Well, yeah, because Josh has played the whole season.
Playing out of his mind.
Yeah,
he's young.
He's the best quarterback in the NFL.
Oh, he is.
Okay. Over under half
an
interception.
You think I'm going to pick this grandpa off?
To be clear, are you over or under 1/2 an interception for the Bills D?
I'm betting against the nursing home here. I'm saying they're going to get to him. Yeah, they're going to pick. I'm going to take the over.
Okay. I mean, Danger, if you can say one thing for Joe Flacco, it's he protects the ball. He is a standard old school protect the ball quarterback. And he has a propensity to not go off, but hurt you just enough to beat you. Over under 1/2 an interception for this Bills defense.
I want everybody in this room to find something in their life that they love as much as Joe Flacco loves throwing into double coverage.
Ooh!
Go back to Seattle, man.
That's not what he's saying.
He'll get there. Don't jump on him. Let him finish.
Sorry, my fault.
Shoot him out, though.
Says man who jumped on him immediately.
I'm finished. He's throwing a pick.
Oh.
What was that noise? Okay, so people on Instagram and Twitter must be Googling who's from Indiana and then writing me names about Ryan because I got a couple.
Right.
We'll start with we turn to Baloney Stewart.
You're using all the pieces of the pig in that baloney there.
Indiana Ryan.
Yeah.
He's got 7 touchdown passes, only 2 interceptions in the games that he's played. The Bills defense, as you heard, 8 interceptions in 9 games. Over under 1/2 an interception for the Bills D.
You know, you got to give it to Joe Flacco. You know, he's that crafty veteran. You know, we all know that guy. You know, he's been around and he knows what he's doing there. But, you know, I got to think, you know, this Bills defense, like you said, you know, playing pretty good. And he got a couple guys looking to, you know, make a next contract in that defensive backfield, trying to make a lot of money. Kind of like the amount of money that the guy who invented lifesavers made. You know how much the guy invented lifesavers?
No, how much?
Yeah, he made a mint. I'm taking the over on this one, pals.
You know what I'm trying to figure out?
Sure.
Because we've played the Midwest a ton doing comedy back in the day, right?
Oh, yeah.
I can't figure out if they knew a New Yorker was coming up and doing this dead-on impression of them in Indiana, if they would find it funny or if they would be furious.
Oh, that's a great question, man.
Right?
Imitation's the most pure form of flattery there, right, guys?
Do they not have the word sincere in Indiana?
No, they don't. No, we don't.
Really, I want you to think back to your Indiana shows.
Yeah.
Right? Because Indiana's a weird town where, or a weird state where everybody is like,
Yes.
It's also where the Klan started, right? And there's a lot of that underneath there,
Yeah,
too.
there's a lot of mix in there.
Yeah, so.
What is the
not
saying?
that, because they'll
What is the saying? They ask, why do they call it the Heartland? Because the brain isn't there?
Oh, man. Brutal. Oh, boy, you guys really rib each other. I've been known to rib, but you guys really get after each other. That's funny. You guys are fun.
Let's get to Tommy's fourth pick here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, do the Bills win? And if so, is it by 4 or more?
Man, this game, with all your history and all this stuff,
yes,
I smell dew. Like there's some dews going on.
I think you've said that with every pick. Everybody's due.
But I'm smelling a big ass dew.
I agree, man. Every time you open your mouth, it's nothing but dew. Dew, dew, dew. What you were saying, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm taking them to win this game.
All right, so you got them winning. Do you have them winning by 4 or more?
Oh, I think it's going to be a convincing win.
How convincing, Tommy?
Well, you think about it. I mean, I think they're definitely going to cover those points.
For God's sakes, just say
then I'm
what
thinking
you're
beyond.
stupid thing. Nobody cares. Just get it over with.
Hoosier dew blowout.
Hoosier dew?
Hoosier dew blowout.
All right. We start with
Yeah. Where you got that?
won't eat a veggie Miller. That's a slow burn, but that's a good one. That's a good one.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Love Reggie Miller.
Indiana Ryan. The line is moved 2 full points towards the Colts.
I don't bet, but yeah.
And as you heard, they have played in 1-possession games every game, win or loss this season. Do the Bills win? And if so, is it by 4 or more points?
Oh boy. I mean, you gotta like the home team, but I gotta say, I like this Bills team a little bit more, and I think they're gonna be able to pull it off there. I don't think they're gonna get in trouble. Not like that farmer got into trouble. You know what he got in trouble for?
No, how?
Stalking. and methamphetamine. But yeah, no, I'm gonna go with the Bills here. I think the Bills are gonna win, and I do think they're gonna cover here. I think they're gonna get him by at least 7 here. Yeah. He's doing better though. He's doing better. He's on the right path.
Danger. Do the Bills win this game? And if so, is it by 4 or more points?
Blit.
What?
27-17 Bills.
Okay. Let's keep it simple, I guess. All right, let's get to Tommy's. I thought the bonus pick was going to be the stupidest thing we heard all day until Indiana Ryan walked through the door. Let's get to our 5th and final pick from Tommy this morning here on CMF.
Ryan, not so fast. Duffy Buddy. So I'm expecting big things from Dalton Kincaid.
Okay, we're going back to Dalton Kincaid.
He did not have a bonus pick.
No, I
that's
do.
stuck in his head, and that's where he's going.
Okay.
Dalton's getting in twice. And when he does, somebody in their skybox is going to lose their mind and throw their goddamn beer against the plate glass window.
Who's that?
Well, who do you think's the most famous Hoosier?
Who?
Well, who do you think?
If you say who I think you're going to say, if you say bootleg Bruce Springsteen right now, who you going to say?
That's who I'm picking.
You idiot! You're such an idiot!
John Cougar, because I'm going to use his old middle name. Mellencamp.
Does he go to
is
the
going to be?
games?
Him and Bird go to all the games.
No, he doesn't.
So Larry Bird and him have this.
No, they don't. You're making this up.
They sit in the same box.
Larry Bird and John Mellencamp do not have a suite together.
They're super cool friends.
Okay. Kimmy, can you do me a favor while we're looking this up, or while we're answering this? Can you Google if John Mellencamp has a show that night of the game? It would be, what's today's date? 8th, 9th, 10th. So it would be November 10th, because I'm pretty sure he's still on tour with Dylan and Willie Nelson.
Yeah, those
right now.
old farts ain't working every night.
Okay. Danger?
Yeah.
Does Dalton Kincaid get 2 touchdowns, which then leads to John Cougar Mellencamp,
Who is sitting next to
Larry Bird,
because they are neighbors,
in a suite? No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
They live in the same town.
Which causes John Cougar Mellencamp to then throw his beer against the glass of the suite that he's sitting in.
Getting beer on Larry Bird's slacks.
It's a wild night, you could call it. He's calling.
I'm going no, but I can't wait to hear what John Cougar Fat Camp over here.
Oh man! Oh, you guys are brutal. Oh, boy.
Indiana Ryan.
Yeah.
Does Dalton Kincaid score 2 touchdowns, which then causes John Cougar Mellencamp, who is sitting in a suite that he shares with Larry Bird, to throw his beer against the glass?
I mean, I like the outside the box thinking there. You know, I gotta say, I like where you've been. I like where your head's at. I'm gonna say that's gonna happen there. I'm gonna go with it. So much so, it's like the corn who wants to hear more about it. You know what the corn that wants to hear more about it says?
No, what?
He says, "I'm all ears." I'm gonna go with it.
Better joke for the end.
Yeah, I'm reaching here. My cheeks hurt.
Kimmy, do we have any information? Is John Mellencamp on tour? If you can't find it, we'll take it as a no.
It seems like that tour may be over.
Okay, so we got a shot.
Oh, man.
Except we don't. All right. Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan Sports Bar, 3 to 6 every weekday. What do you guys got going on today?
We're going to talk today to Thor Nystrom, who does work with Matthew Berry on the Fantasy Life. We'll get his picks for both college and pro football this weekend, and we'll talk to Andy Barron's Yahoo Fantasy as well in the 3 o'clock hour coming up this afternoon on The Fan.
And as we turn to Indiana Ryan, I just, knowing his face hurts, I want to make him have to hold that face as long as possible.
Guys.
Brand new episode of Let's Go Duffalo up on the Odyssey app. If we wanted to find it, where could we go get it?
Yeah, you can find that on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. You can find us on that social media stuff, too, at lets.go.duffalo on TikTok and on Instagram.
Any more jokes you want to blow up before we get out of here?
Nope.
Okay, great.
Thanks for having me, guys. What a good time this was.
Let's take a break. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we got to get a little creepy.
Yep. Creep Cat coming at you. And the good news is banana prices are no longer rising for now. The bad news is, based on how you feel about this story, you may feel like a bad person for buying bananas now.
Why, we're getting into dirty bananas?
The
dark side of bananas?
This is the darkest of sides
How
of bananas.
bad is it?
Oh, next, here in the break room on CMF. Good news.
Good news.
The good news, banana prices back down again for now.
Nice.
The bad news, you may now have to make a moral decision on whether or not you want to buy your bananas.
How bad is it?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second. We got something to give you.
Give it to me.
Go to WCMF.com. Register for your chance to win tickets to see The Last Waltz with Ryan Bingham, Jamie Johnson for the first time together since Tom Petty's passing. Mike Campbell and Ben Montrench of Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, along with Don Was, John Medeski, Indiana Ryan might be there. All on Friday, November 15th, the Kodak Center. Tickets are on sale right now on Ticketmaster.com. You can win them at WCMF.com. Good luck. It's also Friday.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
All the most disgusting things Tommy said all week long. Pretty glaring theme this week. It's Creep Cap. Happens now on CMF.
It feels so dirty. Get some creep cap in you on WCMF.
Well, I mean, in Dan's defense, there are taco trucks, just not involving my mom.
Right.
Yeah.
And you can eat tacos in the wintertime for sure. No, I was serious.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you.
They're
Good.
delicious.
We're all in
Even
agreement.
fishy tacos.
Well, no, I don't
like drill sergeant sex.
I don't like physically like shake her
No,
violently.
I know, but even
still,
just
like,
the act
women
of
just
like
want to
waking
wake
her
up
up.
and here's my
Like
dong.
let her wake up.
Morning dawn, it's got a new song. It ain't gonna be around long. I gotta go to the bathroom.
No, I'm saying like why are small towns called knob?
Well, it's when your mother was founding this country. I say to go forward and plant knobs and Gobbler's knob. I'll give it a shot.
You get to put your lips on those yogurt lips over there.
All right, I will do it.
Yeah.
I just had to drag you into the men's room. I have this new kiosk.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Timey CPR. Acid resuscitation to your mouth.
What? Your mouth is going on.
I'm gonna drop ass.
4 times.
Wait, 4 people?
4 people. He always puts up one more
Well,
finger
I
than
always
necessary.
I like to add an extra finger just in case. Ask your mama. She enjoys that.
Look, man, I understand I didn't live,
Bro, you had that house.
I wasn't
man.
living in Beverly Hills, but this family.
You had a
was-
neighborhood trampoline.
No, that was down the street.
No, that
With
was
the-
his mom. Z from the 3-point line.
Shut up.
Nothing but net
No,
and
this-
your mama. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, Creep Cap on CMF. If you listen to the break room on a regular basis,
Yeah.
once again, you know we run on bananas.
Yeah.
We're a banana show. We have our scheduled banana time. If you watch us on the live stream, one of the cards you see during a commercial break is Tommy and I together enjoying our bananas.
Yes.
Try not to get aroused watching.
Nanner Bros.
And we have always raved on this show why we love bananas so much. No matter what the price increase is of everything else in the grocery
All
store,
the chaotic things going on in this world.
bananas are always 49 cents a
Yeah.
pound. They are always 49
It's
cents
the greatest
a pound.
deal.
And there was a fear during that dock strike a couple of weeks ago, bananas could go up.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't happen. And we've always wondered why, how bananas stay at that cheap price they do. I think we're starting to figure it out.
So I don't think they come from like a very sketchy area of the world, right?
Well, this was kind of a theory we had, though.
With volatile,
I mean,
like,
we just didn't want to dive
governments.
too deep into it.
Well, we didn't look, but now the stories are coming to us. Earlier this week, authorities in Spain seized 13 tons of cocaine. 13 tons of cocaine in a cargo container filled with bananas. It's the largest anti-narcotics operation in the history of the country. The bananas were coming from Ecuador. And this company was on the radar for a search because in the last month, there were drug seizures in bananas that resulted in the seizure of, this was last year, 9.4 tons of cocaine in 2023.
That's a lot.
And 8.7 tons of cocaine a few years ago, all in shipments of bananas. So it is starting to become apparent
What is that?
that the reason bananas are so cheap is because they may be using bananas on a semi-regular basis to smuggle more expensive things into countries.
So they're connected to the cartel.
Maybe.
No big deal.
Maybe, and just based on the stories that we've seen. And again, we're just theorizing now based
Yeah.
on the information we have in
Right.
front of us. But let me ask you this question. Let's say, Tommy, the U.S. government came out tomorrow and said, we are sure that we can get rid of 80% of the cocaine in America if we had to charge $1.50 a pound for bananas.
Fucking half.
By the way, that's still like 5 bananas for $1.50.
Ain't no 49 cent.
Would that bother you?
Yeah.
So you would rather have the cocaine issues we have in this country if it meant your bananas stay 49 cents a pound?
Yes, I would rather have my cocaine-infused banana at 49 cents a pound.
I mean, it is kind of feeling like, let's say this is the case, that the reason bananas are so inexpensive is because of like the illegal things going on around them. I mean, do you have to make a moral decision if it becomes that's
but bro,
the case?
do you want to know where all your food comes from?
I mean,
everything you enjoy.
I never really
There's probably a lot of bad stories behind
There's
some
bad
of it, right?
stories, poor stories, like impoverished stories. But I mean, that's how you get your food.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
Where else you get it?
Well,
I mean, if you like coffee,
yeah.
Coffee comes from very remote, poor countries.
No, there is a way to grow coffee in some parts of America.
Yeah, I mean,
Bro,
you can't
grow enough of it to satisfy me and Kimmy even.
Well, but I guess to Pat's point, you can research things and find brands that I guess are more.
But most of these places grow.
you know,
They grow in
ethical.
places that are not so great places.
No, but like you just completely blew off Kimmy's point because she's right. If you want to, you can
It's
go
there.
find.
It's fine. It's there to purchase, but you just got to do a little research.
Are you like avocados?
I
'Cause
love
I
avocados.
eat one every day.
Sure.
Avocados are delicious, and they come from poor parts of Mexico.
Okay.
And South America and Central America.
Yeah. But
Where else you getting your avocado?
avocados can be grown in Florida and California.
Okay, but
American avocados.
Okay, but the guys that pick avocados in Florida
Understood.
are still busting their ass.
Understood. I understand. But I guess you can kind of make the argument, and this may be an argument that shows
They
up.
can see the Dolphin game.
No,
No,
over
they're
the
probably
next
blacked out.
over the next year, that as not great as that situation is for them, it's their only opportunity to make money while they're here.
Okay, all
right? I mean, look, I get it. It is a hard, legitimate discussion to have about what is better and what is not. And I guess you can make that same argument for these folks that are doing this stuff in
If
other
I don't
countries.
eat those bananas, that guy picked a banana, but he's screwed.
Well, no, it doesn't seem that way because they're not sending the bananas in just for bananas.
And let me tell you something else.
Oh, you're pointing at me now.
So let's say they raise the price of bananas to $1.50.
Uh-huh.
But the guy cutting the bananas down,
Yeah.
he ain't getting a raise.
No, I understand.
So I say the cocaine
No.
keeps the prices down and keeps the bananas in business.
No, but the argument there is...
So that poor guy cutting in the field gets screwed.
No, but it's not that he would make any less money. It's that there would be less of a drug problem here
People be
or
buying
where
less
the bananas
bananas.
are going.
And
Where
if the bananas go up, price goes down. This guy makes his living putting bananas in trucks and also sliding a little cocaine on there, too.
Have you...
Slip that in there.
As we have this discussion, another bust of a shipment of bananas, this time in Spain, netted 13 tons of cocaine hidden in a banana shipment. In 2023, they found one that had 9.4 tons of cocaine. 5 years earlier, it had 8.7 tons of cocaine. We've seen this story a couple of times before, and now it's like, all right, is there like a moral discussion to be had here? Have you ever not purchased a product because of an ethical dilemma?
Never think of
Never in your life.
that. Oh, do you?
Yeah, I've done it a couple of times.
Oh, of course you have.
No,
Well,
I mean,
but was it something that you actually used, or was it something that was kind of one of those things you could easily pass on? You know what I mean?
I'll give you a weird example.
Okay.
Okay, so you're familiar with Hobby Lobby?
Yes.
So do you
Oh,
know,
yeah.
So do you know that Hobby Lobby was fined by the federal government for having stolen religious artifacts in a
No.
museum that the
Look at that.
founder of it opened up?
Well, it is like isn't like a Christian business?
Yeah,
Am
I mean, that
thinking
doesn't
like a
bother
good-
me. The religious part doesn't
No,
bother
but
me.
I that's interesting though that went hand in hand.
And if you don't believe me, you can Google it. And like, as you read this story, it becomes like an Indiana Jones story. And I was like, you know what? I don't think I'll take my kids to Michael's because I don't think I want to give money to a guy that's going into these places and stealing religious artifacts.
But think of the guy like the founding fathers of industry around the world.
Yeah.
Do you really want to know their backgrounds?
No,
and what those were?
but as you find things out, and again, like, look, I understand that there are businesses that start a not fantastic way, where eventually they find their way.
And I think the bananas will find their way once they figure it all out.
Yeah,
I mean, bananas are kind of no.
No, you have not heard a word anybody said this whole conversation. Okay, we come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing next week here in the break room on CM. That's going to be Rebberoo.
Radio Friday, Rebberoo.
Friday, Break Room CMF. All right, we are super late. We got to get out of the way. Bills, Colts, 1 o'clock Sunday live here on CMF. Also, the Sabre Skate live tomorrow. Afternoon skate. 1 o'clock. They've won 2 in a row, and they're scoring a ton of goals.
Come on.
Now's the time, baby. They're making their move to get back to 500 before Thanksgiving. And if you want to watch the Bills game this weekend, come do it at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chili with me.
All right.
I'll be there.
Mr. Wiseass.
We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, whose face hurts from laughing at Indiana Ryan.
It does.
For Tom,
this is my favorite so far. It's
For
got to be
Tom-
tough to top that.
For Tommy Muley, who's having a hard time not being the funniest man in the room, even though he's never the funniest man in the room. My name's Pat Dummy. We'll see you next week here in the Break Room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.